Thank you all. I'm going to call the meeting to order. Aloha mai kako, good morning. This is the October 27th, 2021 Land Use Commission meeting and is being held using interactive conference technology, linking video conference participants and other interested individuals of the public via the Zoom Internet Conferencing Program to comply with state and county official operating directives during the COVID-19 pandemic. Members of the public are viewing the meeting via Zoom webinar platform. For all meeting participants, I would like to stress to everyone the importance of speaking slowly, clearly, and directly into your microphone. Before speaking, please state your name and identify yourself for the record. Also, please be aware that all meeting participants are being recorded on the digital record of this Zoom meeting. Your continued participation is your implied consent to be part of the public record of this event. If you do not wish to be part of the public record, you should exit the meeting now. This Zoom conferencing technology allows the parties and each participating commissioner individual remote access to the meeting proceedings with their personal digital devices. Also, please note that due to matters entirely outside of the control of ourselves, occasional disruptions to the connectivity may occur for one or more members of the meeting at any given time. If such disruption occurs, please let us know and be patient as we try to restore the audiovisual signals to effectively conduct business during the pandemic. For members of the public wishing to testify during the public witness portion of this meeting and who are accessing this meeting by telephone rather than my smartphone desktop software, use the *9 function to virtually raise your hand and the *9 to virtually lower your hand. You should also use the *6 function to mute and the *6 to unmute. I will also share with all participants that we will take breaks from time to time. My name is Dan Giovanni and I am currently serve as the Land Use Commission Vice Chairman. Chair Jonathan Scheuer has recused himself from today's proceedings. We currently have 8 seated commissioners of a possible 9 commissioners. Commissioner Axon, Commissioner Chang, Commissioner Wong, Commissioner Okuda, the LUC Executive Officer Daniel Orendanker, LUC Chief Planner Scott Derrickson, LUC Staff Planner Riley Hakoda, LUC Chief Clerk Natasha Quinones, and LUC AG Julie China are on Oahu. Commissioner Cabral is on Hawaii Island. Commissioner Ohigashi is on Maui, and I am on Kauai. Court reporting transcriptions are being done from this Zoom recording. Our next 2 agenda items, the adoption of the minutes and the LUC tentative meeting schedule, will be moved to the latter portion of our meeting today due to time constraints with one of the or 2 of the key witnesses for the main docket of our meeting. With that, we are moving on to our main agenda item directly. This is, this is docket number A11794, SOH Department of Education, Kihei High School, Maui, to consider petitioners' motion to amend the LUC findings of fact, conclusions of law, and decisions of order filed July 29th, 2013, and to consider the petitioner's request for the issuance of written findings as to its August 20, 2020 motion to amend the Land Use Commission's finding of fact, conclusions of law, decisions of order dated July 29th, 2013. I note that the commissioners last heard this matter on September 8th, 2021, and we will resume our proceedings today. We'll start with the identification of the parties and their representatives at today's meeting. So I ask that the parties please identify themselves, starting with the petitioner.
Sorry, good morning. Deputy Attorney General Stuart Fujioka, appearing for the petitioners.
Ed Sniffen with Hawaii DOT.
Randall Tanaka, Department of Education.
Mr. Tanaka, are you able to activate your video?
I just have, I've got some limitation with my bandwidth here. I'm out in Haleiwa in Honolulu, so I will try to keep the camera. If it interferes with the audio, I'll probably drop out the visual part.
Okay, that'd be fine. Thank you for trying.
Thank you very much.
County of Maui.
Thank you, Chair. Michael Hopper, Deputy Corporation Counsel representing Maui County Department of Planning. I believe with me are Deputy Planning Director Jordan Hart and Planner Tara Furukawa.
Thank you. OP.
Good morning, Allison Kato, Deputy Attorney General for the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. Also here are Rodney Funakoshi and Lorraine Maki from OPSD. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to note for the record that on October 14th, 2021, the Commission received supplement number 2 for County of Maui's position statement, exhibits 1 through 7, and the COS. On October 19th, 2021, the Commissioner mailed out the meeting agenda for today's meeting to parties, statewide and county lists. And from September 8th, which was our last meeting on this docket, through today, through the October 25th, the Commissioner has received an additional 23 written testimonies, all of which have been posted to our website. And I believe Mr. Hakoda, can you confirm that we've received additional written testimony from the parties since October 25th?
Yes, Chair. In addition to the previously received testimonies, 9 additional email testimonies were received. We haven't had time to post them to the website yet.
Thank you. And has there been also additional testimony, written testimony from the petitioner?
Yes, sir. The Department of Education submitted 2 additional pieces of submittals. One was the DOE's written testimony of Ed Sniffen, their witness today, and petitioner DOE's response to the Department of Planning County of Maui supplement number 2 to its position statement on DOE's request for the issuance of written findings. Those were received on the 26th.
Have those been posted?
Yes, those are posted on the website. The total amount of public testimony is approximately 354 submittals.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Hakoda. So let me briefly run over our procedure for this docket today, since it'll be a little bit different than our normal sequence. First, we will continue with the petitioner's presentation of 2 witnesses, who each of which have time constraints, followed by questions and comments directly from the commissioners. Next, I will recognize any written public testimony that has been submitted in this matter. Then we will take virtual public testimony on this matter. So that will be reopened to take public testimony. The petitioner will then be allowed to complete its presentation of its case, followed by questions and comments from the commissioners. Next, the County of Maui Planning Department will make its presentation and receive questions and comments from the commissioners. And then finally, the chair will call on the State Office of Planning and Sustainable Development to make its presentation and receive questions and comments from the commissioners. The petitioner will then be given an opportunity to provide any rebuttal. Finally, after all parties have presented their arguments on petitioner's motion to amend, the request for the issuance of written findings, the commission will conduct deliberations and issue a decision on the motion. I will also, for the parties and the public, I I will also note for the parties and the public that from time to time, the chair will be calling for short breaks, approximately 10 minutes each hour, and a longer break for lunch. Are there any questions from the parties with our procedures on this matter today? Petitioner?
Thank you. I first wanted to thank the chair and commission for accommodating the time constraints of our witnesses, Mr. Sniffen and Mr. Tanaka. We'll first have Mr. Sniffen, if I could present his testimony at this time.
Just a second. We just want to see if anybody else, any other parties have questions on the procedures today. So you're good with the procedure?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. County?
No questions.
OPSD?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Fujioka, you may continue with your presentation and your introduction to Mr. Sniffen.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I just have one
Who's
thing.
that?
That's
Mr.
Leo Higashi.
Commissioner Ohigashi.
I just have one thing. I have to declare that on September 9th, 2021, I had a short outage and I had an opportunity to review the transcript of that or the tapes of that outage, and I'm able to discuss and move forward with this matter.
If I understand what you said you missed a little bit directly, but you reviewed it and you're fully up to speed.
That's correct. I need to drink my coffee. Thank you.
Very good. Mr. Fujioka, it's up to you.
Chair,
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Sniffen.
just a minute, Chair.
Yes.
I just wanted to ask a question to the chair and Mr. Fujioka. Oh, this is Commissioner Wong, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Commissioner Wong, go ahead.
The reason, I just want to reconfirm the reason we're having Mr. Sniffen first is that we received an email from Mr. Fujioka that he will be out of town from 9 and only be available today from 9 to 10. Is that correct? And so after 10 o'clock, we got to cut him off.
Yes, he's in a conference on the continent right now, and he was able to open up just this one window of time.
So he only have that time period, but he's on the continent right now.
Yes,
Not in state.
I'm sorry.
He's not in state then.
Right, he's out of state.
And I just wanted to make sure, because the question I have before we start with Mr. Sniffen is, I thought from another email I received from someone else, he's presenting at an 11:30 session for the Hawaii Book and Music Festival. So that's why he can only do a 1 hour presentation with us.
I don't think that's what it was.
I just would like to know that, just because I want to know what is more important. Is it kids' lives or a book festival that can be done later? So I just wanted to know why, that's what I heard, Mr. Fujioka.
Ed, are you able to hear what Commissioner Wong was saying?
Yes, I heard. Should I answer?
Mr. Sniffen, go ahead and clear it up.
Perfect. So I have several presentations today. I'm in San Diego right now, meeting with the other 49 states to make sure we push forward on our surface transportation bills to get more money for the state. That's what I'm here for. And while I'm here, I'm carving out time to make sure I can make time for this because it's extremely important. And also for presentations that were made for resiliency, which is a big piece of our surface transportation bill. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Fujioka.
And just so you know, Mr. Tanaka also has constraints today, and I believe those are from 10 to 11 a.m. Is that correct, Mr. Fujioka?
Yes, thank you.
So let's proceed with Mr. Sniffen. Mr. Sniffen, let me remind you that you're still under oath.
Thank you.
So You've submitted a written testimony, correct?
Yes,
And that's current as of today?
yes.
There's just a couple of things I wanted to clarify in addition to your written statement. Do you recall September 9, when Representative Wildberger was testifying, she had mentioned a conversation that occurred at a summit in 2019. It was between yourself and John Chung, formerly of the DOE.
Oh, yes.
Okay, what is your recollection of how that happened?
I believe she was talking about the meeting that we had in her office with the Kihei Community Association, with the DOE, and with the Land Use Commission ED. During those discussions, I made my opinion very clear to everybody in the room, not just to John Chung on the side, but to everybody, that the roundabout was the right solution in the area. And if a roundabout is built in that area, I don't believe a grade separated crossing is necessary. That's what I said in the room. To that, the Kihei Community Association said, well, taking the grade separation is not on the off the table. That's not on the table. I told them, I'm just giving my opinion that the roundabout is the right solution. It takes care of all the movements in that area for all vehicles, bicyclists, pedestrians, and transit, and it creates a safe crossing. So there were no side discussions. I said it to everybody at the table.
Okay, is 2019 the correct time frame though?
About there.
Okay. And the other thing I wanted to ask you, in addition to what you've already put in writing, is have you been able to come up with any figures for building I guess underpass through Waipuilani Gulch?
So we looked at the potentials of an underpass in that area. As I've said before, it's not safe to put pedestrians in areas where it's where the wetted perimeter of a storm is going to be. So in order to put in a grade separation or undercrossing in that area, we'd have to extend the bridges, which widens the drainage area to ensure that we can put people in it. So if we extend it and we don't widen the freeway itself on the top deck, it's about 25 million. If we extend it and we widen it to ensure that we have shoulders that are 4 to 5 feet minimum in that area, it'll be around 50.
Okay, so when you talk about lengthening the bridge, that's widening the gulch so that there's more bridge, because to span the waterway. Is that what you're?
Yes, that's correct.
And widening means, I guess, broadening the highway itself.
That's correct.
All right, those are the things I wanted to clarify. Oh, and your what's the current status of the roundabout construction or planning?
So the plans are done. We've gotten the bid from the contractor. It's going to be about 16 million. The contractor is waiting on permits to finalize so they can move forward. And they're looking at the first week of December to start adjusting the lanes to make sure they can start building the roundabout. Roundabout will be done in July of next year.
Okay, thank you. Aside from your written testimony, that was all I wanted to clarify. And so if we can open, I guess, if the commissioners or the other parties have questions, then now might be a good time to address that.
Thank you. County of Maui, do you have any questions for Mr. Sniffen?
No, Chair, I think it'd be best to have the commission have the full time to question him now that we only have 40 minutes left. Thank you.
Thank you. OP, do you have any questions for Mr. Sniffen?
No questions, same.
Thank you. Commissioners, anybody have questions for Mr. Sniffen? Mr. Ohigashi, let's start with you.
Oh, I had no questions. I'm sorry, I didn't lower my hand.
Okay, Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for appearing, Mr. Sniffen. I'm glad the U.S. Marshal hasn't arrested you for closing down H3 to test for COVID. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page about your testimony. This is from hour 4, 41 minutes, 23 seconds of the video transcript or the video of the prior proceeding. Let me read what the question was from Acting Chair Giovanni and your answer. And my question after I read this is whether you still stand behind the sworn testimony. Okay, question from Acting Chair Giovanni, quote, DOT does not have funding for a grade separated pedestrian crossing, but if a client comes forward like DOE and made these funds available, the DOT, whatever these funds need to be, the DOT could do it. Did I characterize your statement correctly? And your answer was yes. Do you still stand behind the sworn testimony?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sniffen, and thank you very much for taking time from your schedule to testify here today. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Okuda. Apologize for the short time frame.
No problem. And let me just commend you, Mr. Sniffen, for answering a yes or no question with a yes or no. And let me encourage all other participants to do the same in this hearing. Commissioner Axon, do you have questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is kind of similar to Commissioner Okuda. I just want to confirm because as you know, the community wanted both the roundabout and GSPC. And you were saying that, you know, GSPC is not recommended. Is that your testimony?
Yes, at this time, if we look at the pedestrian traffic that is being considered in this area, it was considered to be 300 students before. Now they're looking at 160 to start off this campus with their phase 1. With that volume of pedestrians, from my perspective, the grade separated crossing is not necessary. The roundabout will be a safe crossing for them.
So my next question is, who is the main decision maker to build or not to build the GSPC?
So we're going to make the recommendations to the DOE. We're helping them with their analyses. In the end, the DOE makes the decision. It's their project, but we're the ones that's helping them from our perspectives.
Okay, if the LUC instructed DOE to build it, so the DOT is going to build it regardless of, you know, your recommendation.
So the Land Use Commission has the force of law. So if the Land Use Commission says you must build it before the school opens, then the DOE has the decision to make whether to build it now and delay the school opening, or build the school later. I mean, so overall, the answer to your question is yes. If the Land Use Commission requires it, that grade separated crossing must be built or the school can't be open.
So regardless of potential liability that you mentioned on your testimony,
Liability?
like, you know, the flooding and stuff like that?
Oh, no. So what I'm saying is it must be built to be safe. So
Okay.
if you're saying that they're just going to put a path under the bridge, they can't do that. In order to build that grade separated crossing, if it's going to be an underpass, they'd have to extend that bridge out to make sure we don't put people in that wetted perimeter of a storm. So it would be that 25 to 50 million or whatever it may be.
So it's just a matter of getting the funding then.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. That answers my question, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Sniffen.
Thank you, Commissioner Axon. Commissioner Chang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, and thank you for for joining us today. Did you read the County of Maui's, it was dated received October 14, 2001, Department of Maui Planning of County of Maui's supplemental number 2 to its position statement. Have you an opportunity to read it?
I have
Okay.
not.
Okay, I'm going to read you a section of that. I'm going to ask you if you agree. This is from the County of Maui. They said, there is a viable option which would have come to light if the dialogue documented in Exhibit 7 had become fruit. Waipuilani Gulch, utilizing county and state property, is a practical and feasible option for the underpass. DOE should request rights of entry and easement agreements from the county for the use of the land containing portions of Waipuilani Gulch, Makai of Pi'ilani Highway, and from DOT for the use of the right-of-way beneath Pi'ilani Highway. Do you agree that that's a viable option?
So if the question is it an option? Is it a viable option to just put a path under the bridge? I will say no, because we're putting people in a storm drain area.
Okay.
If you're saying that it should, if that's a viable option, should that drainage area be widened to provide a path that's safe outside of the storm area, then I would say yes.
Okay, very good. So if it's a viable option on the condition that it be built in a safe manner, and that would cost either between $25 to $50 million. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, could you tell me what would be the estimated time to design, to build, bid, and construct the underpass?
So typically the environmental clearances, especially when we start touching a wetted perimeter, is about 2 years in that general time frame. Provided we don't hit any historic or religious artifacts in those areas, about 2 years, I would say. The design process, to get to that, we'd be limited to 30% during that planning process, 30% design. The final design coming out of that would probably take another year. So 3 years to develop our environmental permitting and designs. Then the construction of that would be about 2 years, mainly because you'd have to shut down portions of the highway at a time while you build out or extend out the decks. So I would say overall, just an estimate, about 5 years.
Okay, so 5 years, and that doesn't include getting getting the funding source.
Correct.
So that could, if it's to go through the legislature, that could take maybe another year added to this.
I would say that's conservative.
Okay, so we're looking at between 25 and $50 million to safely build an underpass, and about 6 years to fund, to seek appropriation, to design, to permit, bid, and construct.
That's correct.
Okay. And if in that case, then DOT would feel comfortable with that outcome if all of that was done.
Yes.
If there is just going to be people walking underneath the bridge, DOT would object to that use of the bridge as a pedestrian underpass. Is that correct?
Yes.
If you see people walking under the bridge, would DOT take action to fence it?
So we cannot fence that wetted perimeter area because it's a floodway. If we fence it and debris gets caught, it could block that whole area and flood that Mauka side. So we wouldn't fence it off.
Okay, so if people are walking under the bridge, there's nothing that you really would do about enforcing or prohibiting people from going under there.
Correct. If our staff see people walking in those areas while they're out there, their duty is to stop them from going under. But we're not putting up any controls to stop people from moving that area.
Would you put up signs saying unsafe?
Yes, we would.
Okay. And when you say it is ultimately DOE's decision, and DOT provides advice, have you ever been in a situation where where DOE has gone contrary to DOT's recommendation, and I'm assuming your recommendation would be based upon safety. Have you ever seen a situation where DOE has gone contrary to your advice?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate the answers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Cabral.
Thank you, Chair. Questions, and we keep going around and around the same options here. There's only three. The overpass, I remember being on a site visit on that property, and if my memory serves me correct, the school is uphill on quite a bit of a slope, quite a bit uphill. And then everybody lives on the downhill side of that freeway. I'm in Hilo, that's called a freeway here. So, so the underpass, because of the flooding, et cetera, and I'm in Hilo, I understand flooding also. So the overpass idea, if we were to have an overpass on the uphill side, you probably would not have to have any stairs or any ramp to get to it, because the natural grade of the land would take you right to that overpass, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so on the downhill side of that, are there overpasses like that that are done in such a manner that they have both a ramp for bicycles or wheelchairs for ADA accessibility and stairs?
Yes.
Okay, okay. And then approximately what is the cost, you know, since you've got numbers already like between 30 and 50 million, that's kind of a broad range here. Give me a broad range on what the overpass would cost.
So let me clarify the range of the 30 to 50. That range was by extending the bridge, we would provide that area on the underpass side. But once we touch the bridge, we could consider, so that's just extending the footprint that we have built right now with the 2-foot shoulders on each side. But if we extend the bridge and we're touching the picture, we may as well widen it at the same time. That's the 50 million number. So it wasn't a range of just one option. I wanted to clarify that.
Okay. Okay.
On the overpass, when we start looking at the overpass number in general for that area, it's about 20 million.
Okay. So if we were to just do basically a pedestrian bicycle wheelchair type overpass, it'd be possibly $20 million. And what would be the time frame for permitting? Because I would assume that you have potentially less concerns over running into artifacts, et cetera, in that area. And what would be the potential time frame on having that permitted and then having that built?
I would say it's about the same, mainly because when we go through the environmental permitting process, there's people who are absolutely against anything going above ground in that area. So the environmental process may take a little bit longer to get through. The design process would be a lot faster. That's my feel when I look at the project in that area.
Okay. And then the other question is, I think you've answered it somewhat. On our last hearing, someone from, I think it was Department of Education, said that they had done studies and people don't use these ramps because they don't want to, they overpass because they don't want to walk up and down the ramp. And so therefore people don't use it and they'll jaywalk or do something else. But you had indicated, do you know if that might be if you only had the long ramp, but if people have stairs and that's more the restricted way to use, do you know of any studies of how popular or unpopular doing that type of a walk might be, especially if you only have to go up or down on one side of it? Do you have any idea on that feasibility?
Yeah, typically when we start looking at grade separations, if it takes a person 1.5 to 2 times longer to use that grade separation than just going across that grade, in 93% of them don't use it. So that's the numbers that we based it on. And now there was no differential between whether it's steps or whether it's ramps. It's just the length. It's just based on the lengths.
Okay. And then what about any possible, I mean, my vision of this, yes, year one, there's only 160 something students going to be geared to be there. But when you get up to 800 students and family and community activity, my vision is that's going to become a very busy intersection, period. And certainly during certain times of the day, morning and afternoon, but even at other times, What about the potential feasibility of having both the roundabout and then ultimately the overpass for the pedestrian overpass? What do you think of that as in a perfect world?
In a perfect world, I support opening the school with the roundabout because we know that the phase 1 portion is going to be limited in numbers. And then studying to ensure that we look at those options for when we have 800 students on that campus. So having both in that area may be necessary in the long term. But right now, I'm just not seeing it just based on the numbers that they have. So answer your question, yes, I support that. If the studies show that one is necessary to ensure efficiency and safety on the system, then one should be built.
Okay, thank you very much for your answers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cabral. Any other commissioners have any questions? Commissioner Ohigashi.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Regarding your estimate of 20 million, I seem to recall previous testimony from the DOT indicating that it would be about 8 million for the overpass. What has changed since that time?
What's changed is we thought the roundabout was going to be 7 and it's 16. So looking at the costs, the issues that came up, looking at the supply chains that came through, and looking at construction labor at this time, that's what changed.
If in order to make a determination what would be the actual cost of it, would it go through a design phase, and that's where the determination
Yes
be made?
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
in order for it to be, for let's say an overpass to be completed by the time June,
Hello?
let's say,
Hang on, let me,
Nancy, you're on mute, Nancy.
okay. Oh, sorry.
No, don't be sorry, Art.
my question is that, so in order to start, if the school is going to open in August or 2022, when would you have to start the design for an overpass?
To be built at the same time as the school opens, you mean?
Yes, before the school opens. When would you have to start the design of an overpass?
Well, you'd have to start the environmental permitting process about 5 years prior.
Okay, so, you know, so all of these grade separation potential type of the requirements or the two different options of above or below would have to have started 5 years ago. Wouldn't that be right?
From my estimate, yes.
Yeah. That would be a good question to ask the DOE why they didn't start 5 years ago. So we get numbers. My second question is oh, no, that's all right. I won't answer that. No problem.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions, commissioners? I just have, thank you. You can put your hand down, Commissioner Ohigashi. Mr. Sniffen, just a couple questions from me for clarification purposes. Are there plans to widen the highway independent of the school consideration?
No, there are no plans.
So the highway, the number of lanes in each direction is, for all intents and purposes, into the future will remain the same?
Yes, that's correct.
Second question, will the roundabout be the first ever multiple lane roundabout that the DOT has designed and constructed in the state of Hawaii?
Yes.
What is the actual and expected flow of traffic? At what speed do you envision them currently traveling on that highway, and what do you expect after the roundabout?
So currently it goes about 45, 50 on that highway, even though we've dropped or we have it posted at 35. I'm sorry, posted at 40. We dropped it to 35. We put in speed calming out there. Now we're seeing the speeds at around 40 to 45. When the roundabout goes in, they will not be able to go faster than 15 to 20 miles per hour through that intersection. And that has a calming effect through that corridor to get everybody back down to the speed limits in that area.
Do you know of any multiple lane roundabouts that use a flashing signal for pedestrians that stop traffic while pedestrians cross it anywhere?
No.
Pardon me?
No.
No. So this would be the first to your experience.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions for Mr. Sniffen. Does any, last chance, anybody have any further questions for Mr. Sniffen?
Chair, it's Commissioner Wong.
Thank you. Commissioner Wong, sorry, I didn't see you.
No problem. My wife never sees me at all at home, so only when she needs something. But thank you, Chair. Mr. Sniffen, I have a couple questions. The first is this, if we put in that roundabout, would a crossing guard help also?
Crossing guards always help to make sure that it gives more comfort to the kids. Also make sure that they can control the number of kids going at different times. So that would also help with the traffic flow as well. But that being said, well, I'll just answer the question with yes, it would help.
Okay, then in Nanakuli and other places on Oahu, I'm just talking about Oahu, they have that hump, that to slow down traffic. Would that also, besides the roundabout, would that humps also help to slow down traffic?
So with the roundabout itself, you'll see the way we built it. When you're going into the lanes that travel through the roundabout, there are no speed humps because the geometry of the roundabout already slow you down. But we do have 2 acceleration and deceleration lanes that go right off of the roundabout. So you can go up to Kihei campus and come out of the lower road. In those areas, because the potential is people coming in those acceleration and deceleration lanes, they're looking left because they want to see if there's other oncoming traffic coming in that area. And sometimes they don't see the pedestrians that are in front of them because of it. So in those lanes, we put in raised pedestrian crosswalks to slow people down and to make sure people are paying attention where there's conflict points.
Thank you. The other question I have, and I guess from previous, there's two questions I have. The first question I have is when we did a walkthrough of the area, that was 4 or 5 years ago, we asked the DOE, hey, are you going to come back for a motion to amend? And they pretty much stayed silent on that. And, I thought, hey, why don't you at least amend the stuff to say we're going to do a roundabout or something? At that time, it was nothing. And as you said, that was 4 or 5 years ago, they could have started a process for EIS and everything else for, whatever happens, underpass, overpass. And that would hit pretty much the same time as the opening on the 2022. So that's just a statement I'm having. The other statement that I really want to get to know on the record is who has the ultimate say on putting a overpass or underpass, because DOE said it's a DOT has to give their full permission, not the DOE. But you're saying, from what I gather, DOE first is the landlord will tell us and we will just construct it, build it, design and build and all that. So who tells who?
So, and that's a good question. And I think Don had asked the same question kind of in a different way. So we will always make the technical recommendations to the DOE. And of course, they're the landowner, so they can decide to follow it or not. But it'd be very difficult for the DOE not to follow the DOT's determinations because we have the data, we're backing it up with our data and safety in the area. So it makes sense for them to accept our recommendations. So overall, if you're looking at it from a technical perspective, DOE makes the final determination. But because they're not going to question our technical recommendations, you could say that the DOT makes the determination. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, it's just not like how regular construction, I'm the landlord, you are the developer, I want you to do this, build it, and pretty much that's it. It sounds, it's a little bit more fluid, it sounds like.
It is, mainly because we're both state agencies. We're both after the same thing, right? We're looking at making sure that we take care of the resources that we have, and we're making sure that we put in the solutions that make the best sense for that area.
Okay, that's it. Thank you, Mr. Sniffen. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Last call. Commissioners, questions for Mr. Sniffen? I see none. So Mr. Sniffen, thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you so much for having me.
Well, let me just ask Mr. Fujioka, do you have any follow-up questions for your witness? You're on mute.
I'm sorry, I was muted. No further questions.
Okay, thank you. We will excuse you and you can get back to your other business. Thank you, Mr. Sniffen.
Have a great day, everyone.
So it's 9:46 by my clock. Mr. Fujioka, I see that Mr. Tanaka is available now. Would you like to commence your presentation with Mr. Tanaka?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that.
Yeah, and just bear in mind that we'll look for an opportunity to take a short break in about 15 minutes.
Fair enough.
Go ahead, proceed, Mr.
Thank you.
Fujioka.
Good morning, Mr. Tanaka. Randy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Mr. Tanaka, can I ask you to raise your hand and to confirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
And state your name and affiliation for the record.
Randall Tanaka, Department of Education, Office of Facilities and Operations. I'm the Assistant Superintendent.
Thank you very much. Mr. Fujioka, you may commence.
Thank you. Last time, it seemed like there were some questions about school funding. So I wanted to go over a little bit about that process with you. So in any given year, am I right that your office of Facilities and Operations needs to come up with some kind of budget for capital improvements and school campuses and so forth?
That is correct. Our planning department looks forward at the areas of growth. We work with, in the DOE, there's a department that's called data governance, and we look at growth in different communities and set forth where we may need a school based on the growth of the communities. We request, we set forth a CIP budget to our board, and that is approved to the superintendent, sends to the board, goes to the governor, and the legislators appropriate funds.
Okay, so before that budget goes out to the superintendent, are you the one who approves it?
Yes, it's actually a team. I have people that look at all our needs, and they confer, and we say, okay, we'll go forward with this request.
And then it's presented to the superintendent? And
correct.
Then on to the Board of Education?
That is correct. The board approves the budget.
Okay, and where does it go from there?
Then it goes to Budget and Finance, and they look at it, and then it's submitted to the governor, and the governor sets forth his budget for that year. And the legislators look at it, and then they appropriate the money.
Okay, so if the governor does not approve the entire budget, and this happened in the past, hasn't it?
Absolutely.
Okay. In fact, last year, wasn't there a substantial cut?
Yes, our budget in the biennium was about 700 million, 300 million for each year in round numbers. It was cut to 150 million for each year. So 300 million from the 800 million.
And when you get that kind of message from the governor, what does your office do then?
We go through the list and just restack to see what we can do and what was authorized, and we proceed.
Does that sometimes involve reprioritization of the projects that you had sought funding for?
Absolutely. And not all the funds are we don't get the full fund. We may only get design money and not construction money. And we go back again, the ledge the next year, asking for construction money. So it depends what gets approved. You also should know that the legislators line item a number of projects, and they fund that accordingly. So all that we request is not necessarily funded. There's other line items that are added to it.
And that process is beginning around now for the 2022 legislature, correct?
That is correct.
So where is it now? Is the planning department still working on it?
No, we've submitted our budget to the superintendent, and there was a discussion at the last board meeting to move the request forward. When BNF requests for that budget, we send it forward to them. We've established that budget already.
And is funding for Kihei High School included in that?
Yes, I think there's a request for about 50 million for phase 3.
Now, in terms of decision making, if we could take a look at, back in 2017, there was a pedestrian route study, and at that time, I believe the conclusion was that the GSPC was not warranted or not indicated. But at that point, would there be a determination made by somebody that the grade separated crossing would or would not be included in the plans?
Mr. Fujioka, could you, for the record, could you clarify specifically what study you're referring to and whether it's an exhibit in these
Oh, I'm
proceedings?
sorry. This is Exhibit 5, the traffic impact analysis report and pedestrian route study, which was, I'm sorry, that's the letter of the DOT approving the traffic impact analysis report and pedestrian route study. When there's a recommendation that the grade separated crossing is not recommended or not warranted or indicated, is there a decision made by OFO and is some kind of directive given to the architect or the person who's in charge of design of the project?
So the process is, so planning gives us the framework and the need. Then they begin to write the scope of the project based on the information on needs, student population, anticipated student population, its growth and long range, and it's set forth in an RFP for design. And the architects design the school. The bids come in, we look at them. There's a group that in our planning department, in our project management department, and procurement look at those items, and they select the best bidder. And pretty much the footprint is at that point established. Then at that point, we have some funding at that point. Then once we accept the bid, if there's additional funding that's needed, and which most times there is, we go back to the ledge and say, this is what it's going to look like. So a lot of the design features and the decision process has been nearly completed. What we watch for, or my team watches for, is the change orders and things that may affect the design. Then it goes back to the architect and say, here's the situation, give us your recommendations.
Okay, so when a finding comes out like the grade separated crossing is not warranted, is there any interaction? Typically, would there be interaction between your office and the architect?
Yes. In this situation, really, we defer to the subject matter experts, fundamentally the Department of Transportation, on what their recommendation is for traffic managing that area, whether it be the roundabout, the grade separated crossing. They come to us and say, this is what we think. I think at that point in time, originally the grade separated crossing and the roundabout was not given the kind of consideration at that point in time. And more studies came in, and they came back and said, you know, we have more expertise in roundabouts. We've studied it across the continent. We have a few roundabouts here in the state. And our recommendation going forward is to provide a roundabout and not the grade separated crossing.
Yeah, excuse me for interrupting, but can you clarify specifically what exhibits you're referring to that said exactly what you're referring to?
Stuart, if you have, I don't have it in front of me. My apologies, but the original documents, well, after we reviewed the roundabout, initially DOT said we don't have enough expertise in that area. But since I've been with the DOE, that recommendation has changed to the 2-lane roundabout.
So Mr. Fujioka, is he happen to be referring to Exhibit 11, that 2019 report? If you're going to be referencing specific recommendations from specific studies, you need to identify the studies and whether they're in the record or not.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's the 29th that Exhibit 11 that we've been talking about.
Vice Chair Giovanni, I'll ask my staff to get me that reference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, were you, you know, the declaratory order that was issued in 2019, that was before your time, right?
That is correct.
And do you have an understanding of what was done in response to that declaratory order?
I don't, I would once again have to defer to my staff on what was done or what was not done.
Do you recall any any funds were expended for design or anything like that in that time frame?
I don't believe so. I think as they were beginning to phase in the project based on the timeline given to us by the construction company. As you know, we go in for additional funds, like we're going this year for the supplemental budget for phase 3 of the construction, that 50 million. So they don't give us all the money at once. We go in and make the request for the funds.
Chair.
Yes, Mr. Wong.
Yeah, so, you know, I guess it sounds like there's a break here right now because there's more questioning from Mr. Fujioka. At the same time, I would like to know what exhibit they are talking about. So if we could take a break so they can find the exhibit.
Yes, it's 10 o'clock now, so I think that's an excellent suggestion, Commissioner Wong. So let's take a break for 10 minutes, and in that 10 minutes, let's ask the petitioner to research and identify specifically what exhibits and studies they refer to in Mr. Tanaka's testimony.
Thank you.
So we'll be back on the record at 10:10. We're taking a break. Thank you. I'd like to resume the hearing. We're time sensitive, so Mr. Fujioka, are you available?
Yes,
Waiting for Mr. Hopper. Do we have anyone from the County of Maui online?
Jordan Hart is here.
Okay, let's proceed. County of Maui is represented, OP's represented, all the part. So Mr. Fujioka, you may resume. And Commissioner Wong, could you restate your request prior to the recess?
Yes, Chair. So Mr. Tanaka and Mr. Fujioka was talking about a study, and I just wanted to know what exhibit that is so I can also review it at the same time that they were talking about.
Thank you. Mr. Fujioka, it's all yours.
thank you. I believe that what Mr. Tanaka was addressing is Exhibit 5 is a 2017 letter from the Department of Transportation, and it makes reference to the Fair and Peers study of 2016, which is Exhibit 4. And the more recent study is Exhibit 11. And Mr. Chair, I believe you and I had a discussion about this last time. And I realized that you were right. They did not specifically analyze a roundabout with a grade separated crossing. But the conclusion of that study was, I think the grade separation becomes, I don't recall the language they use, but it would apply more when you get to like 800 students or more. So seeing how we're not there yet, I think that's why it had some importance in terms of what needs to be in place when the school opens.
Let me offer, Mr. Fujioka, if you refer, since you referred to Exhibit 11, it did say that a grade separated crossing was not required only when there was a traffic signal. It did not say that it was not required due to the number of students. It did not say that it was not required if you had only a roundabout with no signal light.
Well, I believe
That's my read of it. We can each read it, but I think it pretty clearly says that. But anyway, the question we have at this time is, what exhibits are you referring to when you make the statements, either you or Mr. Tanaka, that a grade separated crossing is not warranted? And you've brought to light Exhibit 4, Exhibit 5, and Exhibit 11. Is that correct?
Yeah, and there are others that were from earlier where the recommendations were that
So here we go again. So if you're going to refer to others, you need to specify what those others are.
Okay. Let me see if I can pull it up. Okay, there was is Exhibit 38, Exhibit 26, Exhibit 2. We talked about Exhibit 4 and Exhibit 8.
Okay, let's proceed with your interview with Mr. Tanaka.
Okay. Randy, are you there? I see 2 incarnations. Okay, there you are. Okay, so I guess where we left off was, what is your recollection of how you learned that the Department of Transportation was recommending to a multi-lane roundabout. Can you unmute?
It's like he's walking with his phone.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. It was a discussion with my staff. We had a discussion with DOT, and I confirmed, or I talked to Ed, that the current information that we have recommended the roundabout versus the grade separated crossing for the things that I mentioned about use. The tendency would be to cross at grade, and that's when we brought it forward.
Okay, and that would be with reference to the time the current motion was filed in, August of 2020. Would that be can you say how close it was to there?
I think it was very close to that when we first brought it to the commission.
Okay, so was it a situation of the DOE deferring to the Department of Transportation?
Yes,
And
we defer to them as they are the subject matter experts in this area.
okay, whose decision is it, or who has the final say on whether DOE goes along with the DOT recommendation or not?
Well, it's not so much a final decision. It's a consistency with what taking input from DOT and the architects and a conferment with the team to say, this is our recommendation going forward. And they make the recommendation to me and I say, okay, this makes sense. I talk to DOT and once again, as the subject matter expert, and say, okay, let's proceed with the request.
Okay, but this can be done at the assistant superintendent level?
Yes.
Okay, I believe that's all I had. And I'm assuming that others have questions for you.
Thank you, Mr. Fujioka. Mr. Tanaka, stand by. So County of Maui, do you have any questions for Mr. Tanaka?
No, Chair, I think if he's only got 40 minutes left, it's best for commissioners to have their questions. Thank you.
OP, do you have any questions for Mr. Tanaka?
Same, no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll now proceed to questions of Mr. Tanaka by the commissioners. And if I may indulge my fellow commissioners, I have one clarifying question I'd like to ask up front, and then I'll refer to the other commissioners for their questions. So Mr. Tanaka, in your experience, to your knowledge, and this refers to your testimony about the process by which funds get requested, approved, and allocated by state government. To your knowledge and experience, has the Department of Education ever requested funds from the governor's budget for a grade separated overcrossing or undercrossing?
Vice Chair, not to my knowledge.
So in other words, it's never been refused by the governor because it's never been asked for it by DOE.
No, when the process, it's called an allotment request. So we make the allotment request based on a number of different factors, what's important, what needs to come against a specific timeline. That allotment request goes to Budget and Finance. Budget and Finance moves it to the governor's office. So there's two qualifying moments, one with us and one with BNF, then it goes to the governor.
But from DOE, it's never been requested.
Not to my knowledge. And
Thank
I may be wrong, but I will recheck on that.
Thank you. So let's go to the commissioner's questions. Let's start with Commissioner Chang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Tanaka, for being here. I just have some series of questions regarding both funding and then decision making. With respect to funding, based upon the testimony that you heard from Mr. Ed Sniffen this morning, $25 to $50 million to build an underpass. And if an underpass is built to standards, they would support it. Is the DOE committed to seek legislative appropriation to build the underpass?
If that is the decision going forward, I believe we are obligated to ask for the money.
Okay. And the 50 million that you referenced for phase 3, is it possible to reallocate or redefine that funds to be used to build the underpass?
I just lost you.
Oh, okay. I'll rephrase that question. In your testimony, you referenced that there's $50 million that DOE has requested for phase 3 of Kihei High School. My question is it possible to redefine or reallocate that $50 million for phase 3 and move it to building the underpass?
Probably not, because those are for classrooms. Additional.
I'm sorry, you're not. I'm sorry.
Completing the.
Mr. Tanaka, I'm at least I am having audio with your responses. Are you there, Mr. Tanaka? Oh, did we lose him?
He's obviously having some difficulty. Let's just hold him and see if he could fix it.
Okay.
Mr. Tanaka, are you there?
I can hear you now.
Okay, very good. So I'm sorry, you were breaking up during your response. Could you respond to my question about the reallocating for the 50 million to building the underpass?
We probably, the simple answer is no, because what we've asked for is for the additional construction for the school. We would have to ask for another 50 million for the build out.
But in your mind, do you believe there's justification if you cannot open the school in the absence of building an underpass? Would it be more prudent use of that funds to use it towards the process of building the underpass?
I think what has been recommended to us is the roundabout, and after that gets installed, which will allow us to open the school, and future studies would point out the additional needs based as the enrollment increases.
Okay. Did you get an opportunity to review the County of Maui's response to the DOE's petition?
Only briefly. I deferred a lot of that to DOT in terms of timing and what that meant, and whether that obligation would be the obligation of the Department of Education for the underpass. What I would be concerned about is if the study comes back and says you don't need, or your roundabout crossing accommodates the need for the school, would that mean that we wouldn't do the underpass or the overpass? I think the future studies will dictate that.
Yeah. But I think, Mr. Tanaka, at least based upon my assessment, listening to the community and listening to the County of Maui, And the fact that your response to Commissioner Giovanni was that DOT has never asked for funds for the grade separated either overpass or underpass. I think there's a trust issue here that if there is no commitment by DOT, and I am assuming the $50 million is to do some of those studies. And it is to, you know, to get that process going. I think you've heard from several commissioners, if this would have been done, and I know it wasn't on your watch, but prior at the time, 5 years ago, we may not be here today. And I'm not here dwelling on what we didn't do. I'm trying to figure out a path forward to what we should do. So I think so while you would like, you know, you believe that perhaps the study may conclude otherwise, but again, my point is, it is more a commitment of trust to respond to both the County of Maui and the community's concerns. So when you say it would probably not, you would probably not be able to reallocate, is there a willingness to at least pursue that question within DOE? Mr. Tanaka?
But if whatever the study is going to prove out, we're obligated to satisfy. And I understand the communities, or I hope I can appreciate what the community's desires are. The obligation of the DOE is to provide a school and a safe crossing. Once again, should we have done the things in a different order? I would say yes. But we find ourselves in this place now trying to get the school open with an accommodation for safe crossing for the students. And we're kind of in a place where for us to open the school in time, or it's still delayed, but closer to our plans, we need some form of safe crossing. I think Mr. Stiffen has expressed the options we have, the overpass, the underpass, and the roundabout. We feel the roundabout is the best option to get us to open the school as close to schedule as we would like. We think we're at least 8 months behind schedule right now.
And Mr. Tanaka, I'm not going to disagree with you. However, there is a big disconnect between DOE and the community and the County of Maui. If you don't get a certificate from the County of Maui, you cannot open the school. So I am urging you to consider, and if the studies come up otherwise, then that's good. Then you come back and you visit us again. But if the Land Use Commission orders you to do what you had previously agreed to do, then you may not have a choice. So I am just, to me, $50 million, you've already asked for that. That may be option. So consider that. But let me move on to my questions because time is running out. Now, am I correct that the legislator, an area legislator, could also request appropriation funding for the underpass independent from DOE? Is that correct? Oh, Mr. Tanaka?
A money structure to fund the underpass.
Mr. Tanaka, you need to repeat your response. Your audio was not clear.
Mr. Chair, this is Commissioner Wong.
Yes, Commissioner Wong.
Could the Testa Fire instead call in and that might be easier?
I think he's doing that. He's got both his cell phone and his computer on, to my understanding.
Yeah. Because I don't even see him on our screen right now.
I don't see him either. I think we might have lost him. Oh, there he is.
And maybe what he has to do is turn off his computer and just speak on the telephone. So we don't get the echo. Mr. Tanaka?
He's trying.
Yeah. Appreciate it.
Hi, this is Nancy. You know, I'm on a lot of these for other large groups. And sometimes if other people get off are combined. So if people are in a room together and they're on their own, computer, because that's easier, or, in the same area, they can join in. Sometimes when you have less people pulling on the bandwidth, our system is big, I know that, but it might be whatever on his side. So if people can join in together, or if they're not part of this discussion, take off or something, it might help, because I think Mr. Tanaka's testimony is really important to us. So just maybe it might help. I don't know. I'm not techie. I just live with these problems all the time these days. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cabral. Mr. Tanaka, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm back on. I'm back on.
Okay, so let me ask Commissioner Chang to repeat her question to you about appropriations coming from a request from a legislator.
Yes. So, Mr. Tanaka, do you recall that is besides the DOE going in through your process to seek legislation funding, can an area legislator or any legislator also seek funding for an underpass independent of the Department of Education's request?
Yes, that is correct. It's called a line item appropriation. It's been done before. So the answer is yes.
All right. Have you had any discussions with any legislators regarding a line item appropriation for? I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, not for an underpass, not for the underpass.
Okay. All right. Let me just move on to just decision making, because I think I've made my point regarding the funding. You've indicated that this whole question of who makes a final decision, and you say you refer to the subject matter experts. So for traffic or these kinds of highway appropriate, like grade separated crossings or roundabouts, you refer to DOT. Is that what you meant?
That is correct.
And for purposes of historic properties and archaeological artifacts, you refer to the State Historic Preservation's recommendations. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So you take all of those considerations as you ultimately make a decision on how to proceed.
Yes.
And are those deference to these subject matter experts because one, DOE does not have the expertise?
We have some expertise, but not to the degree that these subject matter experts have. And the example I'll use is the roundabout. First, it was a single lane, and DOT said, no, that's not going to work. We don't have enough experience at it. A couple years later, said, hey, this makes more sense now that we have more experience at this.
Right.
So that's where we would drop back to them.
Okay, and quite frankly, I've also heard Mr. Ed Sniffen kind of change from adamantly opposing an underpass to, well, if we do it with these conditions, and that might have been consistent with his testimony all along the way, but I do believe this is fluid. My last question is the deference to these subject matter experts also for purposes of liability?
That is part of the package, absolutely.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Tanaka.
Thank you very much.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Tanaka? Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Can I ask the Land Use Commission staff to put up on the share screen Exhibit 4 from the supplemental filing of the County of Maui? That is a letter dated April 14, 2020 from the Department of Education to Ms. McLean, MC capital Lean, from Tracy, Tracy Okumura, Okumura of the Department of Education. Okay. Mr. Tanaka, in that letter, Ms. Okumura of the Department of Education wrote to the County of Maui, and I quote from the second paragraph of that letter, the HIDOE is committed to the design and construction of the pedestrian overpass and will ensure that it is ready for use when the high school opens for students, period. As indicated in our previous letter dated March 23, 2020, the design of the pedestrian overpass has already been started, close quote. Are you aware of this letter dated April 14, 2020, written by the Department of Education to Ms. Michelle, M-I-C-H-E-L-E McLean, the Director of the Department of Planning of the County of Maui?
Mr. Tanaka, have we lost you again?
Yes.
Mr. Tanaka, could you repeat your response to Mr. Okuda, Commissioner Okuda?
I'm sorry. Again, my apologies, Commissioner Okuda. Yes, I am aware of that letter. At that point in time, we were proceeding along that track, and we had begun some design review. Hello? Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
Mr. Chair, this is Gary Okuda. May I make a statement? Mr. Fujioka, a proponent of a witness has the responsibility to be sure that witness can adequately testify. So I'd like to make that clear, that the responsibility to ensure that we can hear a witness is the responsibility of the proponent. And if we can't hear the testimony of that witness, then it's going to be the proponent who bears any type of negative connotation or negative result from that fact. Do you agree that that is the responsibility of the proponent, of the witness, to make sure we can hear the witness?
I don't know that to be the rule, and I don't know that I don't think it's my responsibility to make sure that his connections are working at any given point in time. I can make sure he's got the time slot and that he's near some technology that will enable him to participate. But if there are issues with, I don't know his carrier's name or what services he uses, but I usually don't get into that kind of stuff. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, if we can't hear, or if I can't hear a response from him, I'll ask you again, Mr. Tanaka, can you give a response to my question? If you can't, then I'm just going to stop my questioning of this witness, because it would be a waste of time talking where or asking questions where the witness can't hear me or can't respond. Mr. Tanaka, can you respond to my question?
Yes, Commissioner Okuda.
I am aware of the letter. At that point in time, that's the position that the DOE was going to move forward with the grade separated crossing. New evidence was brought to us from the subject matter expert, the DOT, saying a revisit of the roundabout is appropriate because their information was saying the utilization of the grade separated, i.e. bridge, would be less than forecasted and folks would cross at grade. So let's provide a safe crossing. Okay, Mr. Tanaka, are you aware or do you know what testimony Ms. Lowry gave at the last hearing to a question raised by Commissioner Ohigashi about when the decision was made not to proceed with the grade separated pedestrian crossing? I'm sorry, Commissioner Okuda, I did not get a chance to review that testimony. Okay, let me read the question that Commissioner Ohigashi asked. This is at hour 3.
Commissioner Okuda, can we take down the shared screen of this letter?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, LUC staff. Please take down the shared screen. Let me read from a question that Commissioner Ohigashi asked at hour 3, 28 minutes, 49 seconds of the meeting. Question by Commissioner Ohigashi, and I quote, "The question that I have then is, who made the decision to go with the roundabout and to put off the grade separation?" And there was a bunch of interchange between Commissioner Ohigashi and Ms. Lowry. And then Ms. Lowry answered, and I quote, "I think our facilities, our public works administrator who no longer works here, his name was John Chung, and he left in November 2019, close quote." So if Ms. Lowry was testifying truthfully, Mr. Tanaka, that means that by the time he left the employment of the Department of Education, November 2019, there was already a decision made not to proceed with the grade separated pedestrian crossing, correct? I don't know the sequence of that decision-making process. Back then it was, and not to cop out of this discussion, but that's what the situation was. And understand that when we go through this process of design and build, Mr. Tanaka, I don't mean to cut you off, but all of that is not responsive to my question. I'm just trying to, let me move on to my next question. If Ms. Lowry's testimony is correct, that by November of 2019, when Mr. Chung retired, there was already a decision not to move forward with the grade separated pedestrian crossing. One conclusion we can draw then is this statement that is made in Exhibit 4, the letter dated April 14, 2020, to the director of the County of Maui's Department of Planning, that contains a misleading statement or a statement which is misleading about the intentions of the Department of Education. That's something we could conclude from these exhibits and Ms. Lowry's testimony. Do you agree? I would agree to that, yeah. One could be misled by some of those. Okay, and isn't it true that in response to the letter of April 14, 2020, the County of Maui Supplemental Exhibit number 4, the County of Maui relied on that letter and issued 4 building permits to the Department of Education, correct?
No, I don't think we can speculate on the county's level of reliance or.
Well, Mr. Fujioka, I'm just asking a question whether or not Mr. Tanaka agrees or not that the county, it's either yes, he agrees, no, he doesn't agree, or he doesn't know. So using those 3 options, Mr. Tanaka, can you answer my question? Would you agree that in reliance on Exhibit 4, this letter dated April 14, 2020 from the Department of Education to the County of Maui, the County of Maui in reliance on the letter issued the Department of Education for building permits?
Dakota, I don't know. I would
Okay,
have to go
thank you.
back to my staff.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Tanaka. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Okuda. So we have approximately 15 minutes left of availability with this witness. Commissioners, do you have any further questions for Mr. Tanaka?
Chair, this is
Commissioner Wong? Commissioner Wong?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Tanaka, couple questions. The first one is, you said in a statement that you usually follow the recommendations of your architect and staff, and then pass it on to the board and whomever. Have you ever at once gone against the architect and your staff saying, no, you guys are wrong. This is what we should do?
During my tenure here, no, I have not seen that in that regard, where we accept, based on the bids that come in, we accept the design and the construction schedule or whatever comprises the scope, and we go forward. Where at times we have questions is when a change order comes in or there's a discovery of something that was not in the scope. But to my knowledge, we have not contradicted the initial designs.
This is just the street designs, but what about ideas or, something? You have to have a think tank that says, hey, I have an idea. Let's say we forgo phase 2 or phase 3 and do this instead. Have you ever just talked about it?
Not at my level. It may be discussed with project management and construction management, the team that is actually boots on the ground, so to speak.
And do they ever come to you and say, hey, this is our ideas that we talked about?
Yes, we're working on one now with the Hawaii School for Deaf and Blind. They had some different ideas. We sat down and talked to them. We talked about constraints of the budget and timeline, and this is what we're going to do. So yes, they have brought that to me before, and most recently, yes.
Okay, so I want to go back to what were the phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. So can you please go back for my recollection? What is phase 1 for DOE? What is phase 2 and what is phase 3?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Wong, broke up a little bit, but
So-
what goes there? Go ahead.
No, so what is phase 1 and how much it'll cost? What is phase 2, how much it costs? And what is phase 3 and how much it costs?
To the best of my recollection, phase 1, and there's different phases, construction phase and school opening phase. So construction phase 1 is really the excavation, the groundwork, which has been completed. And I believe that was a little above 100 million. Phase 2, which is in construction now, which are the classrooms, the core classrooms. I think that, and don't hold me to this, but I think it was in the neighborhood of a little north of 50 million. I may be wrong on that, but, and then now phase 3, parts of phase 3, we've advanced the allotment request, and that's 50 million.
And that's
So,
for?
Some additional classrooms, some specialty classrooms, those items.
I'm sorry, if I could interject, the numbers you're referring to are are they the Roman numerals or the Arabic? Because there's two different types of phases in this project.
Yeah, so I guess we went on the construction phase. Now, in terms of the DOA phases, can you explain that one, sir?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Wong.
Yeah.
So you're correct. There's a construction phase and there's a school phase. So you want me to answer what portion?
Now the school fees, because you just did the construction fees.
Yeah, I'm not up on that side of it. That we leave to the complex area superintendent, the new principal, which getting the school ready for occupancy based upon what will be available.
Okay, so one last question, sir. Hypothetically, again, I asked Mr. Sniffen about the roundabout, and if you put crossing guards like police officers, that's off duty, does the DOE have money for that?
That's going to come out of the school budget, what is called weighted school formula, and the principal has the latitude to do that. Sometimes they get volunteers, but because of the nature of what they have to do, my recommendation would to have someone trained and understand their duties in that area versus, in the old days, you could have some parent, there, but, given the liabilities that we deal with, I would recommend a professional or someone trained.
Thank you, Mr. Tanaka. Thank you, Chair. No further questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Ohigashi.
Yeah, I just have a few questions. Mr. Tanaka, I'm not sure, when did you become Assistant Superintendent of Facilities?
In late January 24th, 2020.
2020. Okay. And I'm going to refer you to that Exhibit 4 again that the county we had up on the screen, but you may not be able to see. It said there that, as indicated in our previous letter dated March 23, 2020, the design of the pedestrian overpass has already been started. How much of the design did you folks complete?
I've got to go research that. To what degree?
What does it mean by already started? When did it start?
I've got to go back and talk to my planner on that. I'm not exactly sure when it started.
Because we had testimony indicating that there was no design started. Is that true?
I don't know. I need to go back to my planners.
And to be clear, this letter was written in April of 2020 while you were Assistant Superintendent of Facilities. Is that correct?
Tracy Okumura is what is called an EA. He's called a executive assistant, and he has some of the authority that I have from a communication standpoint and works with our planning department.
No, that's not my question. My question is, you were the Assistant Superintendent at the time that this letter was written. Isn't that true?
Yes, that is correct. That's correct.
I don't have any further questions.
Commissioner Cabral, so just let me do a quick time check. Mr. Tanaka, what is the outside limit of your availability today?
I am actually on my way to the airport to catch a flight to out of state. So I'm going to get to the airport in about 10 minutes.
Okay, Commissioner Cabral, please proceed expeditiously.
Thank you. I want to reference, just so ask you a question in reference. I have a study that was done by G70 in August of 2019, and it references at the bottom that a roundabout would have to include at least a 2-lane circulation roadway, would likely not accommodate long-term traffic volumes, and would also include operational and safety issues associated with at-grade pedestrian crossing of the multi-lane approach and departure lanes of the south intersection leg. So earlier, Mr. Smitten from Transportation referenced that they're going to put bumps in there or something, because even though people are going 20 miles an hour, people are not paying attention to pedestrians because they're too worried about all the cars circling around. And I've done traffic circles. I can appreciate that concern. I've done double ones on the mainland like they're talking about. So I'm getting more concerned now about the safety of our children in a roundabout setting that seems to have become the operational choice for traffic flow, not for pedestrian safety. Are you aware of this August report that G70 did at all?
Yes, I am aware of that report. And I think the Department of Transportation addressed some of those with the design of the roundabout and what they call humps to reduce the speed prior to getting to the roundabout. Once again, I defer to the expertise of DOT in managing that flow.
Okay, and then my second question is back to that exhibit that Commissioner Okuda had up there of the April 14th letter that Tracy Okamura put out there. In this letter, in another paragraph of it, it says that as a result, they have already are requesting approval of permit application, and they have permit numbers. So I don't know if those are, if that's a separate, if that's just the building or if that's anything to do with the roadways. So, but again, I think that that's a key point that just over a year ago, if not the reality, then the smokescreen is that we're moving ahead with an overpass. And I have to tell you, or make a statement that I'm hearing elsewhere, that it's very disconcerting that somehow we're getting such mixed information. So thank you very much, though.
Thank you, Commissioner Cabral. Commissioner Okuda.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I didn't take my hand down. Sorry, no questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, commissioners, any further questions for this witness on his way to the airport? In consideration of time, I'll just leave my questions to one brief one. I've listened to Mr. Tanaka, speak to the different expert advice that you've gotten from architects, from the transportation department, and from staff before you make decisions. I've yet to hear anything about recommendations in which you specifically address safety or the risk of safety of our children. Can you tell me how you accommodate or how you factor in safety into your analysis and your decisions of whether or not to spend money?
The first step for my evaluation is what DOT is telling me, that the design of these roundabouts provide for the safety. The design of the inclusion of the humps will slow the speed. And I go forward based on the information provided to us. In addition, I think it was Commissioner Wong that talked about crossing guards, for lack of a better term. And we will definitely, take that into consideration. My greatest concern is how many kids are crossing, when they're crossing, what the traffic looks like at that time. And I've observed a couple different schools here on Oahu, Waipahu High School with 2,700 kids that cross the road to get the bus. I've observed that, the volume. So all those things, safety is of utmost importance to us. So once again, I go back to what DOT says. We supplement with crossing guards and go from there.
I don't have any further questions. Commissioners, one last chance to this witness before we lose him. Thank you, Mr. Tanaka. Appreciate you squeezing us in today.
Thank you very much for everyone's patience and time. We would just like to get this school open.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you. Aloha.
Thank you. Aloha. Mr. Fujioka, we're going to suspend the further presentation of your testimony and refer now back to now that we've accommodated the time allocations for your two witnesses.
If I could just clarify make one clarification before we move on. When Mr. Tanaka was talking about the DOE's position, there is an Exhibit 9 dated August 5th, 2020. It's the DOT had reduced its advice to, or had put in writing its recommendation of the roundabout. And I believe Mr. Tanaka referred to that. So I just wanted to identify the exhibit on the record. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take another look at Exhibit 9. Thank you. You know, since our last meeting, we have received initial written testimony from the public, and we're going to reopen virtual testimony from the public. So, so I'm going to call on members of the public. Is there anyone in the public who wishes to provide virtual testimony on the agenda item? Please use your raised hand webinar function to be recognized, or if you're on a cell phone, the *9 key. And just so everyone is aware, I do not have the visibility at my location to that other virtual room, so I'll be calling on the assistance of Mr. Derrickson to assist me in recognizing members of the public who may want to testify. So, Mr. Derrickson, do you see anyone that that wishes to testify?
Yes, Chair. There is one, Andrew Buehrer. We can promote him to the panel.
Thank you. Please promote Andrew Buehrer to the panel for testimony.
And Mr. Buehrer, you can turn on your microphone, please.
Yes, thank you. Are you ready for my testimony? I can be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please proceed.
Yes, thank you. I am most concerned with the...
State your name and affiliation first.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Andrew Buehrer. I am the Education and Recreation Committee Chair for the Kihei Community Association, as well as the founder of the Kihei High School Action Team and a primary community advocate for the Kihei High School for the last 12 years.
Thank you.
My biggest concern in hearing today's testimony from Director Sniffen is what I consider a somewhat outlandish estimate of $25 to $50 million to build a underpass. I would certainly want to see what that would entail. I have a feeling that at that price tag, that must be a full rebuild of the whole bridge, etc., which we don't feel is necessary. In speaking to many expert consultants, we've never heard anything close to this. We have testimony from many expert consultants who feel that a reasonable underpass could be done for a very small fraction of that price tag. So I would just hope that that kind of an estimate would be vetted more thoroughly before it's accepted at face value. Thank you.
Thank you. Petitioner, do you have any questions for Mr. Buehrer?
No questions.
County, do you have any questions for Mr. Buehrer?
No, Chair.
OP, do you have any questions for Mr. Buehrer?
No questions, thank you.
Commissioners, Commissioner Cabral.
Yeah, thank you for coming forward and providing this information. And since you've investigated this or looked into this, in addition to a lower price tag, have you gotten any kind of estimates or that on what the time frame might be to have that type of a project completed or, completed?
Yeah, generally the engineers and construction folks feel that the actual construction would be fairly short, much less than a year. From what I understand, the bigger challenges would be in getting all the permitting in line, especially anything that comes from the Army Corps of Engineers. So again, just as we've always previously stated, time is of the essence, and that's why we wish that more diligence would have been done prior to this point. We could be much further along than where we are today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Commissioners, any further questions for Mr. Bear? Thank you, Mr. Bear.
You're welcome.
Appreciate you coming forward. Mr. Derrickson, anybody else wishing to testify?
No, not at this time.
Okay, thank you. So at this point, we will close public testimony and we'll recontinue with the petitioner's presentation.
Mr. Chair.
Yoka, do you have anything further to present in support of your motion?
No, I do not have anything further. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Who's that speaking?
Commissioner Wong.
Commissioner Wong.
Yes, Chair.
You are recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I think Scott here has said there's someone else raised their hand.
Yes, Chair, there is another Representative Tina Wildberger has raised their hand now.
So you did not, let me just confirm, you did not see your hand raised when I asked you before, but now you see it?
Correct.
Okay, I will admit that. Her testimony, would you move her forward to the panel?
Yes, in process.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. I apologize. It took me just a moment technologically to get connected with you, or my hand would have been up a little sooner. Very quickly, I would just like to reiterate.
One second.
Oh, my name is Tina Wildberger. I am State House Rep, District 11, and I promise to be truthful.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate quickly that indeed my district was awarded $250,000 in capital improvement project funding for, in quotes, due diligence study for safe pedestrian crossing in 2020 in bill number HB 2725. And so, you know, that I'm not sure what happened to that funding, what the DOE might have done with that money. But this requirement has been reaffirmed and in place since 2009, which is an awful long period of time. And so we've had 11 years to do the planning for this. So I just wanted to reiterate that that funding was in place and offered to the DOE for that purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. Petitioner, do you have any questions for this witness?
No questions.
County, any questions for this witness?
No, Chair.
OP, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Chang.
Thank you. Good morning, Representative Wahlberger. Thank you for
Good morning.
being here. You obviously are very committed and passionate. I appreciate you being at these hearings. I'm not too sure if you had an opportunity to hear Mr. Ed Sniffin's testimony that it would cost 25 to 50 million to build the underpass, and that Mr. Tanaka said that DOT, or that a legislator could also introduce legislation. If the DOE doesn't introduce legislation for this underpass, would you be willing to introduce legislation?
Sure, I'm prepared to help the community with their goals, however I can support them as their representative.
Very good. No further questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Commissioners, any further questions for this witness? Okay, thank you, Ms. Wellberger. You're free to go.
Thank you all.
Okay, one more time, Mr. Derrickson. Anybody else have their hands up?
I'm looking, I don't see any.
Going once, going twice, 3 times. Okay, public testimony is closed. Thank you. Now, Mr. Fujioka, I'll give you one more chance to continue your presentation in support of your motion.
Mr. Chairman, Leo Higashi.
Commissioner Ohigashi, you are recognized.
I just wanted to know if we can take a short break before, if there's no other.
You know, time has gotten away from me. I think that's an excellent suggestion for a short break. It's now 11:10. We will resume in 10 minutes at 11:20. Thank you, Commissioner Ohigashi. Okay, it's 11:20. I see that we have a full quorum. County petitioner, OP, and the commissioners are back. So, Mr. Fujioka, would you like to continue with any presentation in support of your motion?
I believe that's, well, our presentation is complete. We've submitted our position in writing and presented our witness testimony. So that concludes the petitioner's presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any further questions for the petitioner? Seeing none, we'll assume that we'll close that. Oh, Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I can just have a few minutes to ask Mr. Fujioka basically a number of summary questions, so at least I know exactly what is being requested and the basis for the request by the Department of Education. So first of all, Mr. Fujioka, at page 4 of your memorandum, it summarizes the basis of the Department of Education's request. And when I say the memorandum in support of your motion. And let me read these 2 sentences that are at the summary portion on page 4. And I quote, "It is HIDOE's understanding that the county expected HIDOE to design and construct or make available an above or below ground grade separated pedestrian crossing, parent GSPC close parent, before opening phase 1 of the project, period. However, comma, at the present, comma, State of Hawaii Department of Transportation, parent HDOT close parent, rejects the building of an overpass or underpass and instead recommends a roundabout be developed to address pedestrian safety," close quote. Mr. Fujioka, that is the summary of the basis of the Department of Education's motion, correct?
Yeah, I believe that's a fair statement.
Okay, but you do agree that in response to the question that Acting Chair Giovanni asked and which I went over, and I'm not going to repeat his question, and Mr. Sniffin's response, in fact, the Department of Transportation, in fact, has not rejected an overpass or underpass, correct?
Reject might be a strong word. But they're definitely recommending against it.
I know, but using your term or your understanding of the word you used in your motion, reject, isn't it true, according to the testimony that was given by Mr. Sniffen in response to Acting Chair Giovanni's question, the Department of Transportation, in fact, has not rejected the overpass or underpass, correct?
Yeah, I don't know if we could say rejected or not rejected, but definitely they're recommending against it.
Okay, and in fact, your witness, Ms. Lowry, in response to Commissioner Chang's question at hour 3, 15 minutes, 5 seconds, said this, and let me quote, question by Commissioner Chang. Has DOT made a decision not to build a grade separated crossing, for example, an underpass? Has DOT made that decision? And the response from Ms. Lowry was, quote, I don't think so, close quote. Did I accurately recount Ms. Lowry's response to the question asked by Commissioner Chang?
Are you referring, if you're referring to the transcript, I would think so.
I'm misstating it or stating it accurately?
I don't know. I haven't reviewed the audio.
Okay. And we don't have to go over all the questions that Commissioner Ohigashi asked of Ms. Lowry, but you do agree that Ms. Lowry could not produce a letter indicating that she had authority to nix the grade separated pedestrian crossing, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and I already went over the questioning between or the issue about Ms. Lowry's testimony that the decision not to build a grade separated crossing was made at least by November 2019 by then Administrator John Chung, but in 2020, specifically the letter Exhibit 4 dated April 14, 2020 from the Department of Education to the County of Maui, a different assurance is given, so we don't have to go over that.
Well, except I did, I was able to pull up that transcript, and what Ms. Lowry is saying is, I think our facilities, our public works administrator who no longer works here, his name was John Chung, and he left in November 2019. So it wasn't an absolute definite pronouncement. I think she was asked a question and just did her best to answer it.
Yeah, her answer was in question to Commissioner Ohigashi's question, and that's at hour 3, 28 minutes, 49 seconds. The question that Commissioner Ohigashi asked was, and I quote, the question that I have then is, who made the decision to go with the roundabout and to put off the grade separation? And her answer was, and I quote, I think our facilities, our public works administrator who no longer works here, his name was John Chung, and he left in November 2019. That was her testimony, correct?
That was her response. And just to be clear, I'm referring to page 160 of the transcript, and you, I think, are using a video or audio recording. So you're saying you're giving timestamps, but yeah, that's what we're talking about. And yeah, that was her testimony.
Okay, and you have in support of your or in support of the Department of Education's position has referred to the FEHR and Pierce PEERS technical memorandum, which is Exhibit 11, correct?
Yes.
If I can ask the Land Use Commission staff to put up on the screen the first page of the FEHR and Pierce technical memorandum. Okay, and if I may ask the Land Use Commission staff to go to the next PDF of that memorandum, which is a chart. And Mr. Fujioka, you do agree that this chart, which comes from the memorandum, lists the different scenarios that were evaluated by the technical memorandum, correct?
Looks like it.
And there's colors that indicate basically what would be situations where there would be least benefit, that's shown in red. moderate benefit, and most benefit shown in green, correct?
Appears that way.
And in fact, when you look at this summary chart, the alternative that receives the most green is in fact a grade separated pedestrian crossing, correct?
With traffic signal.
Yeah, correct. You do agree with that, correct?
Yeah, that's what it appears to say.
Okay, and I asked you at the last hearing whether or not you had reviewed the written testimony submitted by Representative Wildberger, and you said you hadn't gone through it line by line or words to that effect. Since the last hearing, did you have a chance to go through her testimony, her written testimony?
No, I haven't.
Okay, well, let me just assist you by asking two questions regarding it. I'll ask the Land Use Commission staff to move to the next PDF page. And if we can look at the bottom of that first page, Representative Wildberger references the provision that's stated in the 2012 Environmental Impact Statement with respect to Kihei High School, and that's the final environmental impact statement. And she has a quotation from page 104 of the PDF. I will represent to you that I actually read that final environmental impact statement and confirm that this is an accurate statement. But this is the quotation that she took from that final environmental impact statement. And I quote, "A more appropriate grade separation treatment may be the development of a greenbelt bikeway and recreational trail that would follow the water course that passes under Pi'ilani Highway south of the intersection, period. This would be a facility appropriate for consideration in evaluating plans for a bikeway network west of Pi'ilani Highway for the entire community and is a community-wide planning issue," close quote. Is that what the environmental impact statement actually said?
If you represent that it is, I would think so.
Okay. And Representative Wildberger also cited to the 2014 walking audit titled, quote, "Safe Routes to Kihei High School Pedestrian Route Study," close quote. I'll represent to you that I actually even read that. And if I can ask the Land Use Commission staff to go to the next, and you can stop right there, staff, because we can see what it says. And the quotation from pages 7 and 8 of the PDF of that study said, quote, "Due to the local topography and community input, this report also recommends an underpass," close quote. Is that in fact what the 2014 study titled "Safe Routes to Kihei High School Pedestrian Route Study" actually recommended?
I think that's language from the study. I'm trying to remember which exhibit it was because we submitted pages of it, but I think elsewhere in that report, the grade separated crossings were characterized as a last resort.
Okay, my only question is whether that's a recommendation that was stated in the study.
It is one.
Okay. Staff, you can take down the shared screen now. Thank you very much. Mr. Fujioka, and this goes back to the letter that was written to the County of Maui, where they state in their supplemental filing that in reliance on the letter which we had spoken about from Mr. Okamura to Ms. McLean, in reliance on that letter, the County of Maui issued building permits. Do you have any evidence in the record that indicates that that assertion by the County of Maui is false, misleading, or not true?
Oh, it's just that I don't know what they relied on in making their decision.
Okay. Are you aware of the doctrine called promissory estoppel?
Yeah, I've heard of it in I think in contractual context.
Well, yeah, and it comes out of this Hawaii Supreme Court case that's called Ravello versus County of Hawaii, correct?
I don't know if I ever read it, it's been a while.
Yeah, 66 Hawaii 194. It basically says that the common sense rule that if somebody causes somebody, or if somebody makes a representation that a situation is a certain way, and the other party relies on that representation, then the party that is making the initial representation about what the situation is cannot later on and come back and say, hey, I told you something, you relied on it, but you know what? It's not really the case at all. If you make a representation, you have to follow and be consistent with that representation. Do you believe the Department of Education should be consistent with its representations that have been made to the County of Maui's planning department?
Generally, yes, but some circumstances change. Representations need to be revised or adjusted.
Okay, and my final questions deal with this concern about safety. And just so that we can frame this issue of safety, let me read you some rules. It's only like 3 sentences from this case called Estate of Klink, K-L-I-N-K versus State of Hawaii, which is found at 113 Hawaii Reports 332 at page 356, a 2007 Hawaii Supreme Court case. This is what the Hawaii Supreme Court has said in, let's just say, 3 sentences. Let me quote you the first sentence. The duty of the state is to design and construct its highways in such a manner as to make them reasonably safe for their intended uses, and thereafter to maintain them in a reasonably safe condition. Close quote. That's the closing of my first quote. Let me read you another sentence from that page in the Supreme Court decision. Quote, this court has, in a variety of contexts, repeatedly recognized a duty owed to all persons to refrain from taking actions that might foreseeably cause harm to others, close quote. And the final sentence or final sentence rule that the Supreme Court is saying in the Klink case is, quote, under the prevailing rule, duty is bounded by the foreseeable range of danger, close quote. Mr. Fujioka, given the extensive testimony that has been presented in writing, orally, and otherwise, do you believe that the state of Hawaii, in fact, has a foreseeable or can foresee a risk of harm if a grade-separated pedestrian crossing is not built? In other words, at the trial of an injured pedestrian, what may very well happen is the plaintiff's lawyer is going to play back the video of this land use commission proceeding to show that the state of Hawaii had actual knowledge of widespread concerns about pedestrian safety, including documents signed off by Michelle McLean, who has an AICP certification after her name. Do you believe that, in fact, the record of this case now creates liability for the state if the state does not build this grade-separated crossing?
I don't think so.
Okay. And then my final question, it basically goes to kind of like the heart of this. The Department of Education is telling not only the community, but telling us, the Land Use Commission, to basically trust it. What in the record shows that we as a Land Use Commission should trust the representations and the promises of the Department of Education. What in the record shows that the Department of Education has demonstrated a basis that the Land Use Commission can trust the representations made of the Department of Education?
You mean trust as going forward?
Yeah.
You mean,
Especially when
what is it that you're not believing?
well, no, my question is a simple question. What in the record demonstrates evidence that we at the Land Use Commission, I'm not even talking about the community, I'm just talking about the Land Use Commission, should trust the representations that the Department of Education is making?
Yeah, and I'm trying to get some clarifications as to what you're having difficulty believing or accepting at this point.
No, that is not my question, Mr. Fujioka. I'm going to ask you one last time. If there's no response, then I'm just going to essentially do the hearing version of ending my questions. What evidence in the record demonstrates that the Land Use Commission should trust the representations, trust the promises being made of the Department of Education?
Yeah, I think you need to move on. That's not something I can or should answer.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Fujioka. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Okuda. Commissioner Chang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Fujioka, you would agree that your statements are really argument and that we should rely upon the statements from the witnesses. Is that correct?
Of course, I'm just an advocate. My arguments are not evidence.
Okay, very good. So I'm reading through when Commissioner Okuda was asking you about, well, you don't know what the County of Maui relied upon. I'm looking at their supplemental filing, supplement number 2. And I would urge you to look at that as well. But on page 2 of 5, that second paragraph lists quite extensively all of the things that the County of Maui relied upon in making its determination to trust the Department of Transportation's representation in giving it the approval and the certificate on the permits. Have you read their motion? I mean, have you read their supplement?
Yeah, I read the supplement in terms of we're preparing a response, but in terms of what exactly reliances they made, I didn't go into that in detail, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to pull up my copy of it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at, and I don't want to go through and read through all of that, but I think contrary to your comments about we don't know what the county relied upon, I think the county's brief was very specific. You know, where the department agreed to sign the building permits if DOE would commit in writing to building the grade separate GSPC. This compromise would allow construction of the school to proceed by letter dated March 23rd, 2020. So I'm not going to go through all of that, but I think it was their reliance. I think the county clearly articulated the basis of their determination to what they relied upon and why they're opposing this. So let me move on. I'm looking at your response, DOE's response to the county's supplement number 2. Petitioner seeks resolution. And your response is, petitioner has reservations about the feasibility of the GSPC option suggested at page 4 of the county filing. The suggestion requires involvement of HDOT, which steadfastly opposes construction of the GSPC in the flood zone of Waipuilani Gulch. I'm not too sure if you were listening to Mr. Ed Sniffin's testimony this morning. I do not believe he steadfastly opposed the construction of the GSPC in the flood zone of Waipuli Gulch.
Well,
I
if I
believe
could-
he's, go ahead.
I'm sorry, that may have been inartfully drafted, but the objection I was referring to is without widening the gulch or taking other precautions to allay that concern about flooding.
That's correct. That's what I heard Mr. Sniffen say as well. So there is, and I also heard from Mr. Tanaka that there is deference given to the subject matter agencies, being HDOT. And HDOT, I clearly heard from Mr. Sniffen this morning saying, if they widen the bridge, if they widen the road, $25 to $50 million, DOT would have no objection. So I disagree with your characterization of DOT's response. I don't believe that is consistent with what Mr. Sniffen said. And when you say petitioner has reservations about feasibility, is that DOE has independent reservations, or are you relying upon DOT?
I would say it's in reliance on DOT. And if there's an effort to, well, I don't think the DOT would cooperate with building a underpass through the gulch without there were some really serious modifications.
I don't disagree with that conclusion, but I believe what I heard Mr. Sniffen say is DOT would have no objections if these change modifications were made, and it would take maybe from 1 to 6 years to do that.
Yeah, so there may be, there's obviously a lot of time and money involved, and it might not be attainable.
And what is the basis of that? It might not be attainable. What is the basis for your conclusion?
Well, just looking at the number, that's just an impression I have.
And your impression, I mean, I think you, let me move on. Because I think Mr. Fujioka, you make statements, you make bold statements, but it's really not based upon anything. I mean, what I heard is there's $50 million for phase 3. Why can't that money be reallocated to doing this underpass upon which both DOE committed to doing it? It was represented to the community that you were going to do. You were ordered to do that. So I don't understand why you cannot do that.
I'm not involved in the prioritization process, but just looking at the number, if they have $50 million and spend it all on the underpass, then there's nothing left to do anything else with the school. So I'm not involved in the prioritization, but mathematically that could be an issue.
Okay, so your statements are just speculation. It's really not based upon any foundation in speaking to DOT or speaking to DOE. Is that correct?
In terms of what they're going to do with the $50 million, I can't say exactly.
Well, no, he said it was for phase 3, but your comment about, it's unlikely or it's not attainable. That's just your own comments. That's really not based.
They're my comments.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I do not believe I have any further questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Commissioner Ohigashi.
Thank you. I lower my hand before. I was looking at March 23, 2020, letter from Tracy Okamura. That's exhibit number 2. On that, it had D70 document attached to it. It's updated 2/4/2020 on the top. It says Kihei School Project Timeline. And under it says under phase 1, there's a little coloring regarding mass grading and infrastructure. Has there been a design or an attempt to design I guess it would be the above grade, or would it be an overpass or bridge over going over to the school? Has there been planning?
To my understanding, after the declaratory order, I think it was 2019, there was some design work that was initiated. Again, I don't know.
Do you have in your records?
I'm sorry?
Do you have in any part of the record showing that this design work was done?
I don't have any documentation of that. Right now, I do not know if I could get a hold of anything. But
because when I look at this timeline, I don't see any design work being identified or pre-construction work being identified or any type of grade separation. I'm not sure what this was for. That's why I'm asking you. What was it for?
I believe it was to get started designing a overpass in compliance with the declaratory order.
Well, the letter says that. The letter says specifically that it's already been started. And so I'm just wondering if there's any part of the record that confirms this, because getting back to Commissioner Okuda's statement, it would appear an admission by Mr. Tanaka that this letter is misleading. We tend to question, my mindset is, if this is misleading, then it's a fair inference that the entire letter may be misleading.
Well, I don't know that he admitted that the letter itself was misleading. Based on
I think that was conceded by Mr. Tanaka.
Well,
that it was misleading.
In that scenario he was given, but yeah, we did not present any documentation that the design work for that overpass had commenced, other than that letter which confirms that it is. It's just something, it's just not something that I had looked for. Perhaps I should have.
I'm just trying to give you, I'm just going to have an opportunity to support why we should, Mr. Okuda's question as to why we should give the DOE credibility by you having to say that, yeah, this letter is not misleading. But if there is no evidence to that effect, that's all my questions I have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other commissioners, any further questions for petitioner?
Chair, it's Commissioner Wong.
Ah, Commissioner Wong, there you are.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Fujioka, I have a couple questions. First off, you're the Attorney General for the DOE, is that correct?
In this matter, yes.
So in this matter, you are the legal counsel for the DOE and you advise them on what they should do, is that correct?
Legally.
Okay, so
I don't have any knowledge, expertise, or authority with respect to construction, school maintenance, school project development, anything like that.
Okay, but you have, you can say that you legally represent the Department of Education on this matter, and you have legally you review all the documents and state what, you know, for the DOE, what is their position and how they should follow, you know, how to make sure they present their position in a fair manner. Is that correct?
Yeah, I guess that's generally correct.
Yeah, so for this docket, you have to make sure that there's a good enough evidence to present, you know, your client's statement and their position.
Yeah, I guess that's a fair statement.
So then the other issue I would have is, so I guess I'm trying to say is that as a legal person, you'll try and get all the documentations to support your client's position.
Yeah, although I don't have total control over what's available.
Wait. Try to explain that one, please, sir. Because, you know, there's a lot of stuff, documents in our books or for this docket from, you know, day one to now. So you can also review those, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you have, what don't you have to support your client's position?
Yes, I believe I need to present evidence, law, and fact to support the client's position.
Okay, so you have enough, in your estimation, you have enough evidence and resources to support your client's position?
In this case, yes.
But you do not have, do you have the authority to say yes or no, or you have to check with someone at the DOE?
In terms of what's filed?
Or not even what's filed, but let's say hypothetically that we say, hey, can the DOE do this instead of this? Do you have the authority to say yes or no at that point in time?
If it's a legal question, yes.
So if, let's say, we want to, legally, we want to do something that is within the means and bounds of this docket, you can say yes or no.
Well, if I could give an example, where the DOE is considering taking the DOT's recommendation that a roundabout will address safety issues and excuse me, grade separated crossing is not necessary. Then the order says that it is. So we say, in order to do that, you gotta get the Land Use Commission to amend or change its order. I mean, that's not the only thing that has to happen, but it is first and foremost what needs to be done. So then question is, how do we go about doing that? And so then you make an attempt to amend the order.
So the question I have is, let's say hypothetically, we deny the order or deny this motion. So you go back to the DOE and says, hey, they denied it, but let's do something else to try and, can you do that?
Well, depending on what the ruling is, if the motion is denied, then a decision has to be made, whether you just go ahead and do the grade separated crossing now. Do we ask the court to review the ruling? Does nothing happen and just construction stop? I know there are a number of alternatives that would need to be discussed.
Okay, it's just for my own information, sir. Thank you, Mr. Fujioka. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Higashi, did you have additional questions?
Yes, I want to apologize to Mr. Fujioka. I read it more carefully by expanding it because I have a hard time seeing. And it does say that there's a pedestrian crossing on this timeline that was attached. Between March 20th and sometime in December of 2020, between March 2020 and December of 2020, that will be the EA phase, or I'm guessing it's environmental assessment phase. If you have documents, any orders or anything in the record to establish that the environmental assessment was being done?
It's not in the record, and honestly, I haven't actually asked the facilities to try and pull up that material.
Now, was this design work or the EA stopped, terminated?
I don't know if terminate or pause or is the right word, but when it was determined that this effort to amend the findings would be made, then yeah, that whatever stage that overpass planning was in, yeah, it had stopped.
So is there correspondence to the county of Maui indicating that they are pausing or stopping these design stage?
I'm sorry, that is one thing that should have been.
Gotta finish.
Mr. Fujioka, excuse me, Mr. Fujioka, let the commissioner complete his question before you interrupt. And
thanks, sorry.
I just wanted to know if was there any communication or any kind of letter to indicate to them that they stopped doing the design phase, and then that the basis for the building permits no longer exists. Therefore, they would have to stop work on the building permits since the basis of the building permits does not exist.
No, there was no such communication. Perhaps there should have been.
I don't have any more questions.
thank you. Commissioners, any further questions for Mr. Fujioka? Okay, we'll consider this portion of the hearing complete. So let's do a little bit of a time check. If at all possible, the commission would like to complete this matter at today's hearing. Mr. Hopper, how much time do you need for your presentation, you expect?
I should be quick. I do not plan to call witnesses. Questions may take a while. I can probably get through mine in under 10 minutes, I think, especially considering you've already gone through a lot of the issues that I would be raising.
Thank you. OP, I'm just doing a time check. Your presentation, how much time do you think you need?
I expect it to be short. Also, no witnesses, 5 minutes.
Okay. It's 12:03 right now. Commissioners, are
Mr.
any?
Chairman.
Yes.
If you're gonna take a lunch break, I have to relocate to my home because of some other things that are going on. So if you can give me 45 minutes to relocate out.
Let's do that. But I have a question. Are we going to lose any commissioners today at any appointed time? Ms. Cabral?
I have another meeting at 4 o'clock that I would very much like to be able to attend.
Okay, 4 o'clock. Anybody else?
There, I'll be around 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock, Commissioner Axon? 4 o'clock, is that a 4? You're holding up 4 fingers or 3, I can't tell.
4.
Commissioner Axon, 4, okay. I'm going to take a lunch break at this time and we'll reconvene at 12:50, which should give Commissioner Ohigashi time to relocate, and then we'll proceed with the county's presentation. Thank you.
Okay, we're ready to go?
Ready to go.
Okay, great. Thank you, Chair. The County of Maui Department of Planning has filed a position statement in this docket and several supplemental position statements one to address questions from Commissioner and one to sort of update the record and to the Commission on some of the discussions that had happened prior to the current situation. The County of Maui unfortunately cannot support the request in the motion and the release of the mandatory condition to provide a grade separated pedestrian crossing prior to the opening of the school. The proposed condition, while it would allow for additional study, puts the compliance or rather the requirement of whether a grade separated pedestrian crossing needs to be built entirely within the hands of the petitioner and the landowner, rather than making it a mandatory condition at some point in time. So the way the county reads the condition is that if there could be further study done, but it's really entirely up to the landowner whether or not they would build it and when they would build it, if at all, which is obviously substantially different than this condition, than the current condition, which was placed on the project from its inception. And the County of Maui, in fact, went through a declaratory ruling procedure to confirm the requirement of that condition. And in looking back at that condition, the county did believe it was clear that that was a mandatory condition from the inception of the project. And that was provided with the declaratory ruling, which we do believe is part of the record in this overall docket. The crossing would provide a physical separation between pedestrians and traffic, which we believe would be critical in this case. And the county has attempted to discuss potential amended conditions with Department of Education and Department of Transportation, which were not successful. And I think some of those references were provided to you in the county's most recent filing. The county bases its position in large part on community input, which to date has been pretty substantially in favor of requiring the grade separated pedestrian crossing. And I think you've heard a substantial amount of oral and written testimony about that from Kihei residents who will be affected by this decision. The county did look a bit over the studies and the warrants that were performed on behalf of the state. We would point out that, well, first off, warrants for this type of improvement are not a particularly established science, if you will. A lot of them were based on what we saw as reference to the Federal Highways Administration warrants, and we went over the study that was referenced to that effect. It's entitled Warrants for Pedestrian Over and Underpasses. It's dated July 1984, and it's referenced in the studies done by the Petitioner's Council. The study, though, says this report does not constitute a standard specification or regulation. So I don't think there are any federal highways, CFRs, or anything like that, or federal codes that would establish what these warrants are. And indeed, the studies that were performed in large part established warrants themselves. So the study that was performed establishes the warrant. The Fair and Pierce study, which has been referenced, Exhibit 11, does state, and again, this is the applicant's own study, that at some point, a grade separated pedestrian crossing would be warranted as the number of students increases. And so what's stated in the study, page 2, based on the traffic simulation modeling and multimodal circulation metrics evaluated in this report, the recommended intersection configuration option for build-out conditions of the high school in 2031, 1650 enrollment is alternative 2, traffic signal with a grade separated pedestrian crossing. So though there is some disagreement over the timing of a crossing, I think based on this, based on their own study, it's clear that at some point, this is something that would be warranted and recommended for student safety. Now, this commission put the condition on from the inception that it's required prior to phase 1. And so that's the condition that the county has to enforce right now. Obviously, there's a request to amend it that you're looking at, but at this time, for the reasons stated, the county can't support that amendment at this stage. And we've provided, another thing to point out, I think that may be significant is in the county's first supplement to its position statement, Commissioner Okuda had asked for some studies, specific studies. So the county provided those as part of the record. One of them was entitled Pedestrian Crossing Guidelines for Texas. The county pointed out a couple of places where it does believe that that study shows that a crossing could be warranted. States that where there, it says the grade separated pedestrian crossings are said to be most beneficial. This is reading from the county's supplement to position statement. GSPCs are said to be most beneficial given the following circumstances. Quote, where there is moderate to high pedestrian demand to cross a freeway or expressway, where there is a large number of young children, i.e. particularly near schools, who must regularly cross a high-speed, high-volume roadway, on streets having high vehicle volumes and high pedestrian crossing volumes, and where there is an extreme hazard for pedestrians, e.g. on wide streets with high-speed traffic and poor sight distance, and where one or more of the conditions stated above exists in conjunction with a well-defined pedestrian origin and destination, e.g. residential neighborhood across a busy street from a school, a parking structure affiliated with a university, or apartment complex near a shopping mall. And then the county's supplement went on in a bit more detail to show that certainly, at least for some of the warrants in that study, there could be support for a grade separated pedestrian crossing. Now, of course, there's discussion over how many students there would be for that to be warranted. But again, the applicant's own studies show that at some point they believe it would be warranted. And so the county's position at this time is that it does not support releasing the condition for the reasons stated. Again, the county has discussed with DOE and DOT an attempt to try to resolve this and it hasn't been able to come up with a solution. So the county does support the commission going forward with the decision to get greater clarity here to issue written findings and conclusions. But at this point, the county cannot support the release of the condition. I can be available for questions. Deputy Director Jordan Hart is here if there's anything he'd like to add, or if there are any questions. I wasn't planning on calling him as a witness, but if there are questions that he would be better qualified to answer, he can be available. And that's all I would have now, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hopper. Commissioners, any questions for the county, either Mr. Hopper or Mr. Hart? Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hopper, can I ask this question? Okay, we're left in a situation where you've got this high school, which the evidence on the record indicates is needed. And I think the legal term is things are screwed up. What is the county's recommended way forward so that we can make things less screwed up?
Thank you, Commissioner Okuda. It's not an easy I don't think there's necessarily an easy answer. Some of the things the county did offer in its most recent supplemental statement was that if it would assist, the county would be willing to grant easements or potentially even fee transfer some land in the area that could potentially be used to build an overpass or underpass. Build an underpass. Again, it's difficult if the State Department's not willing to go forward with it. But again, we did enter into sort of, negotiations on the wording of the condition that, the county may be able to consider. But, at this point, we're kind of forced to just take the position in this proceeding anyway. We were asked for a position, and the position at this time was not to release the condition. It's a difficult one to have a solution to if the state's saying they're not going to build it. And it's a difficult position because it's been on the record for over a decade and not a whole lot has been done to go forward with it. I think the county would note, I don't know of anywhere in the record where there's a real detailed study into actually doing, building this. I know that Mr. Sniffen had testified on some concerns, but we haven't really seen a detailed study of the design and construction and how much it would cost. Communications with federal agencies regarding the issue of widening the bridge underpass, things like that. I don't know how much has been done in those areas, but I think the county's provided a record of attempting to maybe negotiate wording on the condition. But at this point, it's something where I don't think we can, support the release of the condition. I think the county would respect whatever decision the LUC makes, but is sort of put in the tough position of, certificate of occupancy coming up, a request coming up soon, and the county really having, a difficult time granting that if there's no overpass or underpass based on the condition, because it's required prior to opening. So I wish I could have a better solution in mind for you that was real specific, but I can't. I don't think I can offer a specific solution right now.
Do you agree that because of the Hawaii Supreme Court case of DW Ainalea versus Bridge Ainalea, the Land Use Commission really has no power to prevent the opening of the school if the County of Maui issues a certificate of occupancy or whatever approvals the Department of Education has to get from the county? In other words, because of the fact that once substantial commencement of the use of the property by the applicant takes place, the Land Use Commission really loses jurisdiction to revert the property. So really, Land Use Commission has no power to prevent the opening of the school. Would you agree that's a fair statement of the law?
I think I would agree, assuming there has been substantial commencement, that the commission could not revert the property. However, I don't want to say the commission could do nothing. I mean, I think if the commission were to do a declaratory, it already has done a declaratory ruling, but were to, take a position that the issuance of a CO was in violation of one of its conditions and sent that to the planning department, they would very much consider that an issue. I mean, and the planning department has written about this on that issue, but I think I would agree as far as reversion. If there's been substantial commencement, I think that's what that case law says. That's correct.
Okay, and maybe if I can ask this final question, which is kind of like the reverse question. If the County of Maui, well, let me back up a bit. Let's say the Land Use Commission does not change the condition. And let's say after that, assuming the Land Use Commission makes that decision not to change or eliminate the condition of a grade separated pedestrian crossing. And if the County of Maui decides to allow the school to open because, for example, better minds prevail and the County of Maui works things out with the Department of Education and to the extent necessary, the approval of the Department of Transportation. Under the Bridge Ainalea case, it's possible to open the school and then come back to the Land Use Commission later with, for example, a joint petition or joint motion jointly filed between the Department of Education and the County of Maui to then release the condition, correct?
I have a difficult time with the condition being on there stating that the county could issue the CO. If there was some, different wording of the condition absent releasing, and that was adopted before the CO was requested, then I think that's something the county could consider. But it would be difficult if there's a clear condition for the county to, issue. I understand where you're going, I think, but I don't want to, state on the record that the county could just ignore a land use commission condition if it believed that there was a timing requirement. Now, if that timing requirement were to be amended and changed without the GSPC, overall requirement being deleted, and that could change the potential timing versus the phasing, of the project. Because right now, I believe it's just the opening of the school. But that's and I think the county has, in its recent position statement, has essentially, has talked about that issue.
Okay, well, let me ask this follow-up question. If the county believe that it has reached an agreement with the Department of Education, whatever that agreement might be, which satisfies the county's concern, it is possible to, in an expedited fashion, prepare and file with the Land Use Commission some type of motion to then eliminate the condition before, for example, the County of Maui issues a certificate of occupancy. In other words, there's nothing that prevents the parties, assuming an agreement is reached between the County of Maui and the Department of Education, to file a motion then to eliminate the condition if that's something that should be done. Would you agree with that?
I think that that's correct.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Chang.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Hopper. In the years that I've sat on the Land Use Commission, the County of Maui has always been very, how would I say, flexible, and you've been very reasonable and rational. However, in this particular case, I find your position to be, you guys are taking a very hardline position. And is that based upon representations and your reliance and that things, well, let me ask you, rather than me trying to put words into your mouth, why is the county taking such a hard position?
I think at this point, the county didn't necessarily try to set out to do that. There was, I think, in the record, a lot of time spent trying to work out, the wording of an amended condition. But it's just that this particular amended condition says, there's no guarantee at all that an overpass or underpass would ever be required. And that was, apparently something that was, when you look back on the record, Commissioner Biga, made that condition back when the project originally happened, and obviously felt that that was important. So I think that's the history there. And so there were attempts to discuss with, Department of Education alternative wording, but the last letter we got in that was that, sorry, we're going to go with our original proposal, which was to just say, we'll do a study and may or may not do a crossing based on our own discretion. I'm not saying there's not other language or other something else we couldn't agree to. It's just that that's where the negotiations were at that time. I think that was DOE's position. And so we were kind of forced to respond to that position. But again, the county has offered, that if it could grant easements or even fee interests in property the county currently owns that could potentially assist with constructing that underpass. And so I think the county's, and I could let, Deputy Director Hart discuss more if he's got anything to add, but I think those discussions have gone on. The county didn't necessarily just say, we're just going to respond to this request. And file a position statement. The county has spent a fair amount of time, the planning director discussing this issue and trying to find some ways to, maybe look at a middle ground on the timing, but we weren't able to come to an agreement.
And that's sort of the conclusion that I've drawn based upon your filings. I thought your response to the petitioners, your supplemental number 2 articulated in a clear fashion all of the steps that you've taken. I mean, wouldn't you agree that if the school doesn't open, that is not an action by the Land Use Commission or the County of Maui? That's really action or failure to act by the petitioner.
I mean, obviously, not having the school open would be terrible, and we want to avoid that. But I think I would agree with you that based on the record, we went back for the declaratory order and researched the history of the condition, and we did think that it was clear that the condition was a requirement from the outset. I can reference from our petition. Here was the verbal wording of Commissioner Biga on the actual addition of the grade separated pedestrian crossing. It was added just before the vote on the overall motion. It was I moved to grant A11-794 State of Hawaii DOE's Kihei High School Maui, the petition with the conditions and in the general format of the agreed to decision and order submitted by petitioner, with the added condition that an above or below ground pedestrian crossing be constructed prior to opening of phase 1. And so I know the way the condition got eventually worded was perhaps a bit different than that, but that's what the commissioner asked for and what was voted on. So this has been there. I believe a motion to amend could have been, that could have been filed within a year or two of that if there was a real problem, and we could have been discussing that a while ago. But it's, hindsight's 2020, obviously, at this point. I don't necessarily want to dwell on all of it.
And I appreciate you reading that into the record, but it just does seem that while this is an extremely drastic outcome that the school may not be able to open, I'm also hearing from the community that they are willing to keep the school closed, that they're willing until that condition is met. So I guess I want to be very clear on the responsibility of fulfilling this condition and its impact to the school opening or being closed is not necessarily the community, the county, or land use commission, but there are numerous opportunities placed upon the petitioner, and the county apparently, based upon the record you've presented, has tried on numerous occasions to try to come to some middle ground with the petitioner. So that's all that I want to confirm with you, that again, the county has always been reasonable in my mind, and in this particular case, you guys are taking a very hard line position. Okay, thank you. That's just a statement. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Commissioner Ohigashi.
Thank you. I have a little bit of questions on, perhaps Mr. Harper can clear up. Who issues the CO? Is it what department issues the CO?
Deputy Director Hart could correct me if I'm wrong. I believe the Public Works Department would be issuing the certificate of occupancy, but as part of doing that, they need to check with other state and county agencies for compliance with other codes that the Public Works Department doesn't necessarily administer. One of them would be any outstanding land use or zoning conditions with the Planning Department. So I believe what would happen is there'd be a certificate of occupancy requested. It would be routed to the Planning Department to see if the project was in compliance with any land use commission or zoning conditions that were outstanding.
Yeah, what I'm asking, the reason why I'm asking that is that look at page 3 of your memorandum where you complain that you may be in a no-win or situation in the future, and that you may be pressured to allow the opening of the school. Is that something that we should be concerned about? I'm a resident here, I guess. Shouldn't that be something I should be worried about if you place it in writing that you may be pressured to issue a seal?
I think the director was just referring to, reality where, and that happens with projects from time to time. If the CO is routed to the planning department and the condition, and I think there would be pressure there could be potential pressure to approve that CO. Now, hopefully that won't happen and we can come to, some type of resolution or, go forward with the construction. But that's a concern that I think the director had and noted that in the statement.
So my understanding then is that there may be politics involved in pressuring to issue the CO, and there's a clear statement or clear condition in the record that would prevent the CO from issuing. Is that right?
Yeah, at this stage, if the crossing's not built, I think it would be difficult for the department to say that condition's been fulfilled, which is why I think there's the motion to amend that has been filed.
I read in the charter that these decisions may be appealed to the Board of Variance and Appeals. Is that a option when you deny a CO?
I think that's generally an option. Yes, if Public Works were to deny a CO, although that would be an odd situation for the County Board of Variances and Appeals to be looking into whether a land use commission condition was complied with. There's also, I would note, a zoning condition too, so.
So what I'm asking is simply this, is that whether or not that zoning condition, because it does talk about, I recall the provision just off the top of my head written down, but I think it allows for relief from onerous or what is there are clear wrongs. So my question is, does the Variance and Appeals have jurisdiction over the denial of a CO?
I think generally it does. However, in this case, you're looking at a land use commission condition that's the basis for the denial. And I don't want to say that a county board could issue a decision in order on a state land use commission condition. I think that would be more properly addressed in the manner that the county already did, which was to send a declaratory petition to the commission to ask the commission to interpret its own condition. So while I think you're technically correct that you can appeal the denial of a CO, in this case, the basis of the denial would be a state land use commission condition. So I'm a bit wary of saying that a county board or commission could make a final decision on whether a land use commission condition was complied with. I think that's either the commission or a circuit court would be the better place to go for that type of challenge. And I think that would be our position on that.
And however, I'm just trying to flesh out this whole argument about whether or not what enforcement mechanisms are available and what is the scenario that we would be in if a CO is denied, and what is available to Mr. Stewart's clients for that purpose. So those are the questions that I wanted to ask. The last set of questions is really a commentary. I think that the county's position is not severe. It's not onerous, but I think it's reasonable given the fact that I think the DOE lacked credibility. First states, I don't believe that they intended to even build any above grade or below grade. I think that the evidence or the letters that the county has provided, exhibit number 4, clearly show that they appear to be trying to skirt the issue. Let's say, trying to be able to build the school and place everybody in this particular position that we are in. And I find that the county, I think, is wholly reasonable in its position, given the evidence that we have seen so far. I want to thank the county for filing its second supplemental, bring to light the evidence that you attached. That's exhibit number 4. That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner Ohigashi. Commissioners, any other commissioners wishing to ask questions to Mr. Hopper? I don't see any. The chair would just like to concur with the final comments made by Commissioner Ohigashi, that I find the position being taken by the county to be reasonable and not onerous and in compliance with the intent of this commission. So thank you. At this time, we'll release the county and move to the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. Ms. Kato?
Thank you, Chair. The Office of Planning and Sustainable Development continues to support the DOE's request to amend Condition 1B of the decision order to remove the requirement to construct a grade-separated pedestrian crossing before opening Kihei High School. In 2013, Condition 1B referred only to a grade-separated pedestrian crossing, but at that time, a roundabout was not considered. As Sniffen mentioned, it was relatively new and unproven at that time, but this is no longer true. Roundabouts are now recognized as effective and locally tested. And there does not appear to be any disagreement that a roundabout should be built on Piilani Highway, and it's already being built soon. The community's preference, however, is to have an underpass in addition to the roundabout, based on the belief that this combination will provide the safest pedestrian crossing. OPSD feels, however, that the DOT has provided sufficient information and justification as to why an underpass utilizing the nearby gulch without substantial improvements is not safe, nor is it necessary at this time, given the construction of the roundabout and the projected attendance at the high school upon opening. The DOT's opinion is based on considerable expertise and experience and a balancing of various factors, considerations, and studies. According to the DOT, the roundabout provides a safe pedestrian route to the school based on projected attendance. And because it is a direct at-grade crossing, pedestrians are significantly more likely to choose to cross at the roundabout rather than at the more distant gulch. The DOT has explained that use of the gulch as an underpass, again, without significant improvements, would pose a threat to the life and safety of pedestrians. Specifically, the gulch is intended to pass hydraulic flows, and there's currently insufficient clearance between the maximum water level and the bottom of the highway for a safe pedestrian crossing in the event of flooding. According to the DOT, to achieve the necessary safe clearance, either the highway would need to be raised or the gulch would need to be widened. And as previously discussed, either of these options would be both very costly and time consuming. And Ed Sniffen provided estimates for these earlier, which was a high cost and a significantly long time delay. Additionally, phase 1 is not the end of the discussion or evaluation of what is safe and necessary for pedestrian crossing at the high school. Condition 1B currently requires 3 updated pedestrian route studies at different points in time. The proposed amendments would also require an assessment and reevaluation of the necessity and appropriateness of a grade-separated pedestrian crossing before the start of construction of phase 2 of the project. So in other words, the DOE and DOT will be required at different stages to evaluate safe pedestrian routes that will include consideration of expanded high school capacity, traffic conditions at the time, and also effectiveness of the roundabout after it's already been in place for some time. An issue appears to be that the revised language specific to a GSPC is not mandatory. But condition 1B currently requires the DOE to implement any necessary mitigation or improvements identified by the DOT in its further studies to the satisfaction of DOT. We believe that any such mitigation or improvements could include a GSPC. And the DOT has already represented that it will support the design and construction of the GSPC if future studies determine that it's necessary, which was in Ed Sniffin's testimony. For these reasons, and in reliance on the expert testimony provided by and representations made by the DOT and DOE, OPSD recommends approval of the DOE's motion to amend. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cazzo. Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Cazzo? Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Let me lower my hand. Ms. Kato, the bottom line that the DOE stated in its motion was basically this. And again, I'm quoting from page 4 of the memorandum in support of the motion. And it said here that the State of Hawaii Department of Transportation, HDOT, rejects the building of an overpass or underpass. That's the basis stated by the DOE of its motion. Isn't that true?
I understand that that is what the DOE had in its motion, but as you've heard from Ed Sniffen today and in his written testimony submitted at a later time, they've said otherwise, that with substantial improvements, they would accept it if the studies warrant it.
Yeah, but the representation and the basis, because you stated that the recommendation or the position of the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development is based on the representations of the parties. So it's true, the Land Use Commission has to make a finding regarding credibility of the witnesses of the parties, correct?
That is correct.
And to make a finding of credibility, we're duty bound to look at the record, look at the statements, and determine whether anybody has made statements which turn out not to be true, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, this statement made by the Department of Education that the State of Hawaii Department of Transportation, HDOT, rejects the building of an overpass or underpass. Would you agree that that statement is not true?
I believe that currently, based on what Ed Sniffen said, it is not entirely accurate. I think Ed Sniffen clarified that he would reject it if it had just been a path under the gulch without the additional improvements.
Okay, and you heard my questions to the DOT, excuse me, to the Department of Education regarding the April 2020 letter, which I believe was Exhibit 4 that was sent to the County of Maui about representations being made that with respect to the grade separated pedestrian crossing. Would you agree that, with the Assistant Superintendent that that letter actually is misleading?
I believe, I'm assuming that at that time, that is what the DOE's position was, that they would be building an overpass. And I think based on further studies or opinions from HDOT regarding the roundabout, that the situation had changed and that they changed their mind.
No, but Ms. Lowry testified that by November of 2019, the Department of Education had decided not to build the grade separated pedestrian crossing. Do you recall that testimony?
I do not recall all the statements made by Ms. Lowry, but I'm not sure whether they're accurate or not. So I can't say for sure regarding that.
Okay, well, you know, we all can disagree with what the evidence says, and I'm not going to go over the entire record here, but let me ask you this. would the Land Use Commission be clearly erroneous, meaning we would be reversed by a court at some level? Would we be clearly erroneous if we made a finding that we simply cannot find credibility in certain witnesses or certain documents being presented to us in this docket by the Department of Education? Would we be clearly erroneous on that, that we simply cannot believe the Department of Education?
I'm not sure on that. I think it is within the LUC's discretion to decide whether you believe petitioner's statements or not based on the whole record.
Okay, and just so that it doesn't look like I'm taking sides here, because I assure you I haven't made a decision yet, but what evidence in the record can you point to which indicates that we should believe what the Department of Education has presented to us in this case? What's the evidence in the record that shows that they are in fact credible?
I think I can make an objection. This asks the council to comment on the evidence, and I don't think that's her role here.
Well, Mr. Fujioka, if I may respond, I think you were commenting on the evidence. I'm giving the Office of Planning the ability to answer a question about credibility. But I'll tell you what, since you object to my question, I'm going to withdraw my question. The Office of Planning doesn't have to answer that question. Mr. Chair, I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Okuda. Other commissioners, any questions for Ms. Kato? Commissioner Wong.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Ms. Kato, I got a question. In the 2013 DNO, was a grade separated crossing required in the 2013 DNO?
I believe so. That's what the condition is as currently stands.
And recently in a DR, didn't the LUC reaffirm this position?
That's correct.
And
okay, recollection.
So the DOE was there on both times, the petition, right?
I was not present, but I assume that they were.
Okay, so someone from the DOE, but they were there because they are the petitioner, correct?
Again, I haven't looked at that, so I don't know for sure, but I would think that because they have an interest in it, they would have been there.
Okay. Yeah. So I guess I'm going to go on this logic train that I just started and say, where in the record, in any way, DOE has attempted to meet this requirement that you know of?
Well, I personally don't know, and I don't think my client specifically knows either, but based on the various exhibits, it sounds like they were already in the planning stages for the overpass, and that the DOE intended to do the overpass at some point in time, and later changed to recognizing that a roundabout was a better option based on DOT's opinion.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Ms. Kato. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Cabral.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kato, for being before us. A couple of things that have been said, and then some of to which you just reiterated. So your opinion, you're not sure what was really done in the past, but yet you or your office have come up with an opinion to endorse what the Department of Education and the Department of Transportation are saying. Can you tell me, since you're all state agencies, have you folks as a variety of state agencies met together to discuss this matter have you formed that opinion based on that group meeting, or did you form that opinion on the research of yourself in your office in the planning department there to determine what you recommended was the best thing under the circumstances?
The Office of Planning and Sustainable Development's positions are largely based on reliance on state agencies and their expertise in their areas. And frequently we do solicit comments from state agencies and also meet with state agencies to discuss, positions. And in this case, we did meet with the DOE and DOT before to have discussions. I'm not sure if necessarily there was any. We don't, it's mainly just discussion.
Okay, well, I mean, I have an office clearly smaller than the state, but I have 5 divisions, and my different divisions, we meet together periodically and we base an opinion or some kind of basis on a decision, and we try and have the whole office go in the same direction. I'm just curious as to how clearly defined the state is in those decisions, because one of my concerns about it is it appears that I don't know who made that decision, where did, and who really made the decision to not read the requirements or to ignore the requirements of what the Land Use Commission said way back when. I mean, I'm assuming that everybody went to at least Hawaii schools and they know how to read. So I'm concerned that it seemed like that nobody paid attention to it. And then in the last moments, they decided to ignore it. So anyway, just wondering how well organized we are in these decisions. Thank you for your input.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioners, any further questions for this witness? Seeing none, Ms. Kato, thank you very much. You're excused.
Thank you.
So Mr. Fujioka, do you have any rebuttal or final comments?
Well, there's one thing I wanted to add. During lunch, facilities were able to pull up some preliminary sketches of grade separated crossings, which were generated, looks like in 2019, that March timeframe. So I would like to at least show them on the screen briefly and then submit them as exhibits 46 and 47.
So this was the study work that was asked about earlier that was terminated or interrupted or suspended?
Well, it's not study work, it's drawings, preliminary drawings of possibilities for grade separated crossings.
So I will admit that. Go ahead and show it, and then we'll admit those as exhibits.
Okay. Is this up on screen?
No.
Sure. Okay. This would be what we want to submit as exhibit 46. These are 4 pages of an overpass. And down at the corner, it says it's dated March 4, 2019. So if we could look at exhibit 47, this is 2 pages, overhead and side view of a rendering for underground pedestrian crossings. So those are, I just wanted to show that for now, just to confirm that something was done in that time frame when those letters said it was, and we'll submit them with a supplemental exhibit list. Other than that, I think the position has been submitted in writing, and we've had testimony, public testimony, witness testimony, and the commissioners have asked, I think, very important questions, some of which were not easy to answer, but I think there's sufficient record for the commission to make a decision, and we respectfully ask that the GSPC, the school be allowed to open without that GSPC condition. They're looking at the upcoming school year 22-23, and they're projecting 167 students. So I think the roundabout will be sufficient to protect everyone at this point. Thank you.
Commissioners, any comments or questions? Commissioner Chang.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I know that you've permitted this exhibit to be entered. I will lodge an objection. I think the petitioner had a full opportunity to put on their case. They should have, this to me was a very critical document that should have been shared with both the public and the county as well as OP. And I find this, not even, this is far past the 11th hour. So it does concern me that we're taking this after all the evidence has been closed and we're into closing arguments, and the petitioner is now bringing this to our attention. So I do have an objection. I mean, it is on the record, but I wanted to put that on the record. My objection to this very last minute. It's sort of this cavalier attitude by the petitioner. You should have made your case. And it disappoints me that we are now taking this evidence. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Commissioner Cabral.
Thank you, and I appreciate Commissioner Chang knowing all the potential legal standings, how things should be. But what this information, if I understood what was just shown on the screen by Mr. Fujioka, is that work was done by G70. And so if that work was done by G70 in the same time frame of August 1st, 2019, we have a technical memorandum where I said it earlier, they indicate that a 2-lane circular roadway, which is what you folks want to do, would one, likely not accommodate long-term traffic volumes going forward, and would include occupational and safety issues associated with the pedestrian crossings. So I'm concerned that you're touting one part of something, but yet yet the conclusion is that this roundabout is not a safe thing for the pedestrians, and that also is what DOT Smitten said earlier, that's a concern. Yeah, they have these raised areas that's supposed to save people's life because you're busy looking where you're going instead of at pedestrians. So I'm gravely concerned that the information we're getting is partial or not a big picture, as Commissioner Chang indicated. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Commissioner Higashi.
I would object to, but more importantly, if I heard correctly, it was March 19th. The representation was 1 year later that they have begun design work. And according to the exhibit number, I think it's exhibit number 2, that March 23rd letter, that they were supposed to have started in March 20th doing the EA. So I don't even know how it's relevant. I mean, to the whole situation. I don't even think it answers my question. If they've done what they said they were gonna do.
Yeah.
So great, we have nice drawings now.
Yeah. So first of all, let me apologize to my commissioners and participants for opening this Pandora's box at the 11th hour. But I agree that it really doesn't add anything except more concern on my personal part about the representations and presentations that have been made by the petitioner in this case. So with that, are there any further questions from commissioners to the petitioner? Commissioner Cabral, your hand's still up. Is that you have additional questions, Commissioner Cabral? Commissioner Cabral, lower your hand. There you go. So I'm going to call for a short recess, and when we return, we will commence deliberation. So we're adjourned until 1:55.
Not as helpless as you look.
Yeah, it's the mic is like just.
Okay, we're on the record. Start the recording, please.
You're live.
Waiting for Maui County. There he is. Okay, we're back on the record in this docket. The commission will now conduct formal deliberations on the motion to amend the LUC findings of fact, conclusions of law, and decisions in order that were filed on July 29th, 2013 regarding Kihei High School. I would note for the parties and the public that during the commissioner's deliberations, will not entertain additional input from the parties or the public unless those individuals or entities are specifically requested to do so by the chair. If called upon, I would ask that any comments be limited to the question at hand. Commissioners, let me confirm that each of you have reviewed the record and are prepared to deliberate on the subject docket. After I call your name, signify with either an aye or nay that you are prepared to deliberate on this matter. Commissioner Axon.
Aye.
Commissioner Chang.
Aye.
Commissioner Cabral.
Aye.
Commissioner Ohigashi.
Aye.
Commissioner Okuda.
Aye.
Commissioner Wong.
Aye.
I am also prepared to deliberate on this matter. I see two commissioners still have their hands raised. Do you wish to have comments now? Commissioner Ohigashi and Commissioner Cabral, do you have questions?
I was going to make a motion.
I'm just about there. Commissioner, what's your pleasure? Commissioner Ohigashi.
I move that we deny petitioner's motion, and I'll state my reasons.
Do I have a second to the motion? Commissioner Cabral.
I second that motion.
Motion has been made by Commissioner Ohigashi and seconded by Commissioner Cabral. Any discussion in furtherance of this motion? Commissioner Ohigashi first.
My main concern in this matter was that it appeared that, well, it's not appeared. To me, the petitioner had failed to meet its burden. It's required to show that there was some necessary or some need for this change to occur. And it cited two main things, I think. It cited the various studies and the position of the Department of Transportation. Both cases, in my mind, those studies contraindicated what the DOE seems to have argued. And the DOT did not outright deny the possibility of approving a grade separation. Fine. And the third thing is that the request or the roundabout, my mind, they did not reach they did not meet their burden to show that the roundabout was a proper substitute for the grade separation process. I would like to note that I don't believe that the DOE, well, I'll put it this way, I tend not to have believed what the DOE had testified to. And it was clear upon the record that they made no attempt to even try to meet these conditions. I support the County of Maui's position in this case because I believe that they are correct. That there is nothing that requires the DOE to build this grade separated crossing, even if it is required. And I'm glad that the County of Maui brought up the issue of political influence and how it might affect the issuance of the CO in this matter. Because once you bring it to light, I think that the government or the county would have difficult time justifying issuing a CO violation of any kind of commission order. I think if we deny this, it will be incumbent upon the DOE to work on a solution with the County of Maui, collectively bring forth something that protects the public, as well as satisfy the goal of opening up school. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Cabral.
I will once again second the elegant words of my fellow Commissioner Ohigashi. And of course, he is from Maui. But I am gravely concerned about the process or the lack of process or the lack of effort on the part of DOE. And then what appears to be efforts to just figure out how to do what they want to do and not do what they had known since the beginning they were supposed to do. And in no case would we let a developer do this type of thing and ignore public safety. Public safety in general is paramount, and our children is even greater. So I really cannot support this decision to just move forward without any type of effort. As far as I'm concerned, they should have all three methods of crossing that street, and then everybody can do it in the safest, best way they want to do it. So I'm going to definitely support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cabral. Commissioner Chang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am going to support the denial of the petitioner DOE's motion to amend condition 1B. First, I want to be clear that if Kihei High School is not able to open, it is not because of an action by LUC, but rather inaction by Department of Education to comply with the LUC conditions. That too, based upon the records, exhibits, and testimony, petitioner has failed to show good cause why the GSPC, specifically the underpass through Waipuʻilani Gulch, cannot be safely constructed to ensure safe access for the students and public. 3, petitioner has represented on numerous occasions that they defer to the subject matter agencies, in this case, HDOT regarding traffic and safety measures. And HDOT Ed Sniffen, who testified this morning and on other occasions, stated in his testimony that they would have no objection to an underpass on the condition that either the bridge be extended and the roadway be widened for an estimated cost before $25 to $50 million. Petitioner 4, Petitioner Tanaka stated that DOE has requested $50 million for phase 3, but he has not considered reallocating those funds for the GSPC. But he also testified that a legislator could request line item appropriation for the GSPC. 5, Representative Wildberger testified that she is willing to seek funding if that is supported by the community. 6, I find that petitioner has not engaged in good faith with the community, and that the community, as that LUC specifically delayed the proceeding to give the petitioner an opportunity to genuinely engage with the community. While petitioner has set up a website with current updates, and that monthly meetings with the principal will be held. That means that they haven't been held, or they may have, but at least their representation will be held. That effort is inadequate to genuinely engage this community, who have consistently attended the LUC numerous hearings, and they have stayed throughout the entire proceedings. That it is very clear in my mind there has not been genuine engagement. 7, Maui County has relied upon representations by petitioner to grant certain permits to the Department of Education, but they have not shown good faith or due diligence in bringing a resolution to the GSPC. And I hope that my comments were not misunderstood. I believe that the County of Maui has been extremely reasonable, and I believe that they've been responsible in their responses, that they have looked out for the good, that they have looked out for the best interests of the community, and specifically the children of Kihei. And that I think the County of Maui is just exasperated that they have tried unsuccessfully to seek a resolution with the Department of Transportation. So I too applaud the strong position taken by the County of Maui. I think that was extremely reasonable on their part. My comment was only that generally the County of Maui doesn't take really strong positions, but in this case, I think they have fully exhausted and are exhausted, like many people. So I applaud the county. So 8th, in weighing the credibility of the witnesses, I find that the county and the public's testimony more credible than the petitioner. Therefore, I will be supporting the denial of the motion of DOE's motion to amend the condition. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Other commissioners? Any comments before we move forward? Commissioner Axon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be supporting the motion with some reservations. I'm just gonna concern. I agree with Commissioner Okuda's statement that this petition, this case is pretty screwed up. Having said that, I don't know what else Land Use Commission can do. If this motion passed and the motion was denied, LUC is gonna be as a spectator on this one, because we don't really have any enforcement power after this. It all belongs to the county and also cooperation with the DOE. So I was hoping that all parties can come out with some kind of resolution that permit the community to open the Kihei High School. So we're looking at probably 7 years before this grade separation pedestrian crossing can be built. At the meantime, we have this high school ready to go. It's going to be sitting idle for that 7 years. So I really kind of sorry for the community, for our kids that is waiting for this high school. So it just so happened that everybody dig their heels in and nobody wants to give in. Funding for this bridge is not a guarantee. So it's gonna be it's gonna be upon to the county and DOE, Department of Transportation, to come up with a solution to be able to open this high school, you know. So again, you know, I will be voting in favor, but you know, I just have difficulty accepting that there's no resolution on this one. So it just so happened that, like when we say, we don't really have enforcement power after this, if we make this decision. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to say my piece.
Thank you, Commissioner Axon. Commissioner Ohigashi, did you have further comments?
I just wanted to end my comments with further comments from Commissioner Biga. He says, and thank you, Chair. I want to reiterate on my motion. Living on Maui, traveling on that highway on numerous occasions, I've seen the speed that goes through that highway. Again, my concern is for the safety of the pedestrians and the children that will be going to that school. Throughout this hearing, I brought up my concerns of that nature. That's why I believe this motion. I brought up this motion. So that's my concern. Safety of public, safety of the children that they're going to school. That's where I'm at.
Thank you. Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I join in the comments of all my fellow commissioners. I was about to say that one thing we in Honolulu have to be careful of is thinking that the name of the state is the state of Oahu and not the state of Hawaii. But that's not the basis for why I support the motion as brought by Maui Commissioner Ohigashi. I do agree with the statements of all my commissioners that the burden of proof has not been met by the petitioner for the reasons stated. I won't go over all of what everybody already said because it's already stated in the record. I think the bottom line, however, is this. We're a quasi-judicial body, but getting away from just the legal words, in our system of democracy, evidence matters, truth matters, and those of us in government, we owe it to the community that we live up to our words. When we say something, we got to stand behind what we say. And if we're going to change what we have told people or told other agencies, then we have to make it clear with admissible evidence why there's a change. We have a duty to basically keep and encourage trust in government. And if we don't respect the fact that we have to be straight and honest to the community and to others, that faith just erodes away. And so for all the reasons stated and the other good reasons in the record, I will be voting in favor of the motion brought by Maui Commissioner Ohigashi. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Wong.
Thank you, Chair. Rule 1554, Section B says, for good cause shown, the commission may act to modify or delete any of the conditions imposed or modify the commission's orders. I believe that DOE hasn't shown good cause. They haven't to me. And so for that fact, I'll be supporting Commissioner Ohigashi's motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let me share my perspective on this matter. The condition in question, which is the requirement for a grade-separated passenger crossing, was put forth and adopted by this commission in 2013 in response primarily to the will of the public and the people and residents of Kihei for the safety of their children. That was true in 2013, and I think it's true today. That has not changed. What has prompted the DOE to not move forward? In my humble opinion, it's dollars and cents. They don't want to spend the money for the safety of these children. They're looking for an alternative to save money. We heard from Mr. Tanaka today that they have not even ever put forth in a budget a request for the money to build this thing. If they had done so in 2014, it would have been built already at a much lower cost with no delays. The third point I just can't get past is that the DOE is now coming forth and say, trust us, we'll do a study. And based on those results, if it says to build it, we'll build it. Well, the study already exists that says build it. And they want to convert and avert and manipulate the findings of those studies to say something different than they actually say to me as an engineer. So I have no trust in what the DOE is recommending, that we trust them to follow the study in the future. I do trust the Department of Transportation. They have been clear and consistent, starting with DOE is our client. Show me the money and we'll build it for you. And in addition, DOT has come forth and built a roundabout with their own money. So to me, it's always been about the money for DOE. So it's a shame that this high school, which is almost built, will not be open on time with the grade separated passenger crossing. But to me, the fault for that is DOE. It's not DOT. It's not the County of Maui, who have tried to find resolution. And it's not the LUC, who clarified their positions on numerous occasions in the last 8 years. Therefore, I will be supporting this motion for denial. Thank you. Are there any further last-minute comments before we take a vote on this motion? Seeing none, Mr. Oradanker, will you poll the commission on the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The motion is to deny petitioner's motion to amend condition 1B of the decision in order. Commissioner Ohigashi.
Aye.
Commissioner Cabral.
Aye.
Commissioner Axon.
Yes.
Commissioner Chang.
Oh, did you get that? Aye.
Commissioner Okuda.
Yes.
Commissioner Wong.
Aye.
Chair Giovanni.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The motion passes unanimously with 7 affirmative votes.
So thanks to the parties for preparing the cases. The motion is denied as voted on. The motion is approved to deny the motion for elimination of the condition. I want to take a 5-minute recess and we'll reconvene with the remaining agenda items before the commission today, with every expectation that we will adjourn prior to 3 o'clock. So let's reconvene at 2:25. Okay, go back on the record. I didn't adequately do so. I wanted to thank the parties in the prior agenda item and for their participation in the case. And thank you for your indulgence in allowing me to sit in for Commissioner Scheuer, who would normally adjudicate and be the chair. So thanks for your indulgence as I made my way through. Our next order of business is what was set on the agenda as the first agenda item, which is the adoption of minutes from our meeting of October 21, 2021.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I think that also on the agenda was the motion by Department of Education to consider to issue written findings as to its motion. And I believe that we need to properly notice that that motion has been rendered moot.
Yeah, my understanding is that the decision to deny the petitioner's motion rendered their second motion moot. Is my understanding correct?
That's my understanding as well, Chair.
So then we can proceed without taking any formal action on that second motion because it's moot. Is that correct?
I believe so, although I would defer to our Deputy Attorney General, Ms. Chena, if she has an opinion.
Ms. Chena, can you provide clarity for me on this matter?
Deputy AG Julie Chena. I think in order to be absolutely clear, you can just, state on the record that it has been rendered moot and what you've done, and you're fine now.
Which I've already done, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So then we'll move forward with that. With that understanding that the second motion that was before us, put forth by the petitioner of the Department of Education, requesting written findings, is moot by virtue of the fact that we denied their motion for modification of the condition. And now we can move on to the next agenda item. Ms. Canones, has there been any written testimony submitted on the matter of the minutes of the October 21st, 2021 meeting of the LUC?
Hello, Chair. No, there has not been any testimony submitted on this matter.
Thank you. Mr. Derrickson, are there any members of the public that I cannot see and perhaps you can see who wish to testify on the adoption of the minutes? If so, would they please use the raise hand function of the Zoom software or *9 if they are accessing by a cell phone, and then you'll be promoted to the meeting. Mr. Derrickson, can you scan on my behalf to see if there's any member of the public that wishes to testify on the minutes from the October 21 meeting?
Yes, Chair. At this time, there are no hands raised in the audience.
Thank you for that clarification. Commissioners, are there any corrections or comments on these minutes? If not, is there a motion to adopt the minutes as presented for October 21? Commissioner Cabral.
I make a motion to adopt the minutes of October 21. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Commissioner Wong.
Chair, I second.
Is there any further discussion by the commissioners or questions? Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be recusing myself from the vote only as to that portion of the executive session which I had recused myself, just to make that clarification. So any yes vote by me does not include the portion which I recused myself. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Okuda. That's an interesting clarification. Thank you. The motion has been made by Commissioner Cabral and seconded by Commissioner Wong to adopt the minutes. Mr. Ondanker, please poll the commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The motion is to adopt the minutes. Commissioner Cabral.
Aye.
Commissioner Wong.
Aye.
Commissioner Okuda.
Yes, as to the portions that I did not recuse myself.
Commissioner Ogash.
Aye.
Commissioner Chang.
Aye.
Commissioner Axon.
Yes.
Chair Giovanni.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We'll now move on to the last agenda item, which was originally item 2, and that's the tentative meeting schedule. Mr. Orendanker, could you please elucidate the members of this commission?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On November 10th, and once again, unless otherwise noted, we will be meeting by Zoom. we will be taking up A21-810, which is the Hakuau 201H project. On November 23rd, we will be taking up the adoption of the order, if necessary, on that project. We will also be getting a presentation from the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development on a boundary review project. On December 8th, we will be taking up the AO3-739 Windward Airport Hotel matter that is also scheduled for December 9th. On December 22nd, we will take up the Honoipu Hideaway matter as also on December 23rd, taking up the same matter. And I would note for the commissioners that our January schedule has meetings on January 5th and 6th, which is Wednesday and Thursday, and January 19th and 20th, also Wednesday and Thursday. And our February schedule has meetings on Wednesday and Thursday, the 2nd and 3rd of February, and the 16th and 17th of February.
Thank you, Ms. Orendaker. When will we hear about the continuation of the use of Zoom into the next calendar year? Or do we know?
At this point, it is going to be at the discretion of the commission. I believe the governor's executive order will cover us until January. And then after that, the legislature passed a measure which will, starting January 1, which will allow us to continue to hold meetings by Zoom. So it will be at the discretion of the commission as to whether or not we continue to hold meetings by Zoom or meet in person.
Very good. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Orendaker regarding the schedule of meetings? Commissioner Cabral?
Not really the schedule, but in response to your question about meeting in person or by Zoom, I do want to say that in the past, I found our site visits to be extremely valuable. In particular with this Department of Education. I am really happy that a couple of years ago, we were there on site. We were there on the side of that roadway. We were able to really visualize what was going on. And I think it would have been much more difficult to have understood the dynamics of the petition if I hadn't physically and visually visualized the entire situation and known what was being talked about. So I don't know how it can be done, and I know it costs money, but I think I would encourage to try and have us be able to have site visits, obviously followed by a meeting, but maybe we could get a whole quarter of site visits into one day or something. I don't know, but just that I find them very, very useful. Thank you.
So I will echo that comment. And the case that comes to mind for me was the Hawaii Cemetery site visit we did, which was instrumental in our deliberations and decision-making. So commissioners, any further questions for Mr. Orendaker? If not, no further business. I declare this meeting adjourned with a smile.
Good.
Mr. Chair.